Start. I guess I have to delete this one. What the heck? I'm not a fan of YouTube's system for going live, but I will learn it. Okay, save that. I'm almost done. I promise. Okay, I think I'm live on both. I just need to find out how to get to the chat on YouTube now. Yes. Okay. It's the final step. Find the chat. There's like nothing on the creator dashboard for live stuff. There's live content. There's no live control room. It's a complete separate thing. Okay. Okay, I think we're finally live. All right, how's it going, everybody? It is Gauntlet X as always, and we're gonna play some Magic Arena as always. But we're testing out finally live streaming to YouTube and Twitch. So we're gonna start off with an achievement hunty kind of thing here. Gonna go through an achievement hunt. A bunch of the stuff that's really hard to get in draft that looks like it'll be pretty quick. Like if I just shove a bunch of the card that conjures the whole power 9 into your deck into some historic deck, I should be able to get Taste of Power really quick. So just doing stuff like that should only take like one game. And playing a little bit of AetherDraft as well, just again to pad out the time of the stream and get some practice in on the simul stream, see how that all works out. All right. I think I want to, yeah, we'll click that as well. One more background thing. Okay, so achievements. I'm going to start with, okay, the recommended achievements are like really long ones, so let's not do that. Reach the highest level in a set mastery pass. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll get that real quick. When the achievements first came out, I thought it would be like a cool video idea to try to do like a full achievement speed run, like kind of achievement hunt for the whole game. But then the achievement list came out and I saw that there are achievements for like doing 52 midweek Magic events, and it's like, okay, so it's a year-long speed run. You literally can't get all the achievements until you've been playing for at least a year. But yeah, then there's like 450 games of Timeless, 450 games of Alchemy. That's going to be the hardest achievement for everybody. 450 games of Explorer. Yeah, it's insane. But we can do some quick ones here. Let's just conjure the power 9. Shall we? What is that card called? Hey, Robert, how's it going? This is my first ever YouTube live stream, so we'll see how it all works out. I'm streaming to Twitch and YouTube, and I'm doing it natively through my streaming software. So we'll see if my internet holds up, because it does have to... It's sending the output fully twice, so I'm sending it like double the bit rate. It's called Black Lotus? Yeah, that's pretty simple. Just search Black Lotus. How's it going, Mr. Renthal? I'm going to have to find a good way to keep track of 2 chats at once, because that's going to be a thing as well. What is that image by your name, by the way? That is cool. Raging Wolf Helm? How do you even get that? That's sick. Oracle, thank you so much. I had a lot of stuff going on right now, so my brain is kaput. I'm already just fried trying to keep track. It's like at completely different sides of the monitor as well, and I got one of those like 3 feet wide monitors. Let's see. Historic is what we want, probably. Should be slightly easier than timeless. For Oracle of the Alpha. Let's see. Conjure Mox. There's cards that do that as well. Emerald Collectors, sure. We'll just go mono blue, throw some counter spells in there so I can survive. Oh, counterspell is illegal. It was given out to people who watch a certain amount of Elden Ring streams when the game first released. That's a sick, sick thing, Mr. Rental. I can't believe it's an Elden Ring thing. That's awesome. I don't want to play Pact of Negation. I mean, I guess I could. I don't have to win the game, right? So I could just pact their thing as long as it lets me survive long enough for Conjuring the Power 9. I guess that still doesn't work because I die in the upkeep before I cast Oracle. It's not like I die in the end step. I guess I could pact their counterspell for my Oracle. But I still have to draw the Power 9 afterward, too, so it takes a while. Man, Arena does not have the strongest counterspells ever, does it? Sensors. Play some bounce spells. Scatters. This deck is going to suck so bad, but whatever. As long as I cast the Power 9, I'm good. And then we want a bunch of card draw, right? Considers for sure. Those are fantastic. Opts are very similar. Just digging 2 cards closer to the Power 9. Once we've got them in our deck. There it is. This is a really, really low curve, so I'm going to cut 4 lands for 4 more draw spells, and that will have to be good enough. Okay, we'll play some weird alchemy draw spell. I don't even know what it does, but it draws a card, so good enough. Craft all, finish. Wait, how do I conjure with Emerald Collector? When it deals combat damage to a player? It's possible. I guess I want to play some bounce spells for that. What's your win condition? I don't know, time walk. Well, the achievement doesn't say I have to win the game, so that's the secret right there. We don't win the game. All right. Now I could also hit somebody with the emerald thing after bouncing their blocker. Power 9 achievement. Can I get it in one game? Probably not. I don't know how strong historic decks are, but I imagine they're insane. Oh, there's my cute little mouse AetherDrift deck. Events? No, just regular fine match. Historic play. Should I do ranked? I have to hit Mythic, Draft, and Constructed at the same time. I shouldn't do ranked. This deck's not going to win anyway. But maybe when I'm doing other achievements with a deck that's actually good, I should do ranked. Ivan the Virtuous. I have some titles already on my account, but I don't like them. 1-0. Power 9 is undefeated. I hope they're not trying to get the play 450 historic games achievement by doing that, because I don't think it counts if you just concede immediately. If it does, I got an idea for today's stream. Just concede all the constructed formats. Hey, thanks, Connor. Control, how's it going in Bulgaria? That's sick. I have no power 9, but hopefully we can piece it together. These draw me extra cards when I've cast more copies, right? Oh no, it's if I play 4 copies, I take an extra turn? Okay. I didn't even read the card. I'm like, whatever, 1 mana draw spell. Draw to the power 9 for the achievement. Okay, piece it together, come to think of it, is actually kind of sick in a deck that can conjure up Time Twister, where you shuffle everything back in and recast them. Because you shuffle them all in and then the intensity is 4. That's pretty nasty. Alright, we did it. We have the power 9 in the deck. All I gotta do is draw one. Yeah, that's true, Mr. Rental. They do get the intensity even on themselves. So if you just like Snapcaster Mage one, like if I drew into like a Snapcaster Mage, if we put that in the deck, we could take an extra turn here. That's really fun. Hey Jay, how's it going? Opponent's probably going to Heliod combo me off somehow. There's a lot of different infinite combos with this card, so I assume we need to Nightclub Bouncer in response to them doing anything while I wait for the Tower 9. The Tower 9. The Power 9. Oh, I should have scryed closer to the Power 9. Lunarch Veteran. Okay, no infinites. No infinites. Let's see. Devotion 7. Even if I bounce Voice, that's still a creature here. Make Heliod cost 6. Or not 6, cost 5. And I bounce off the Voice to get rid of all its counters. Alright, I'm scrying this time. I'm gonna do it right. Scry that to the bottom. I just want to survive. I don't care if I win, so I'm just going to bounce this right now in case they are running like Sajiri Shelter to give protection or something. So maybe a weaker play in the long run, but makes us more likely to buy another turn. No! I think I have to just hold back here and go chump chump, and it's just, we gotta have one on top. They gained 11 life off that? That's pretty sick. No. All right, it's going to take 2 games at least. Although I could instead go back to the drawing board and edit this deck more now that I know a little bit more about how these cards work. Like I could put Snapcaster Mages in here for that 1-drop draw spell. Try to do some extra turn nonsense with that for one. That could be fun. Even if it has nothing to do with the achievement. Just making the deck a little bit stronger, make it a little more likely to last long enough to draw into a power 9. I should hold up bounce off. In case we're against mono red and they just haste out here. I'll bounce off a Llanowar Elves as well to slow our opponent down. Keep them off some beef. And make disappear here. Cool. Drawn to censor. Stone Rain. Land destruction over there. Almost as rude as counterspells. Oh, there we go. Got an Emerald Collector on board. The Nightclub Bouncer to bounce their creature. If this connects, we did it. Oh, wait, no. I have to draw 3 in a turn. So it has to connect and we cast Consider in the same turn. Which we do. Perfect. Opponent's going to be so confused when I concede here. Hey, Angren, how's it going? I'm conjuring a power 9 for an achievement. Did it. A taste of power has been acquired. What else we got? Well, have I re-rolled my daily yet? Yes. Dang. I'm gonna get 500 gold instead of 750. There's no way I'm not attacking with 30 creatures today. All right. Oh, that's sick. Equip cap reached. Does anybody else have this on your profile screen? So if you go to your emotes, it says phrase is 9 out of 15, but it still won't let me equip more. Like it says I've only equipped 9 out of the 15 I'm allowed to equip, but I still, like, if I try to equip, I can do this all day. It says I can't equip more than 15, but I only have 9 on. Right, this is 10 out of 15. Why? It just goes red and doesn't let me confirm. I don't understand. It's a bummer because I'm specifically getting phrases right now and stuff. Okay, I am going to equip that though. I can do this all day is a great one. So I'm going to do that over... stick them up. And then I got a new emote too. What sticker do I remove? The sleeping one. I don't think I've ever used the sleeping one. Do the classic phrases count to the 15? That could be it. How many classic phrases are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'd be 14? Yeah, it might be counting them. I don't know where it's getting the 15th one then still. But like I can't unequip the classic ones. For more room, sadly. I don't know. This is my first live stream on YouTube. Yep. It is indeed, Tim. I've live streamed on Twitch quite a bit before. I'm trying out simul streaming today, so this is going to be finicky for sure. This is kind of a test stream. So I'm making sure I'm not streaming anything super important or super crazy. Just going to do some AetherDrift drafts and some achievements in Historic. Okay, let's check out the achievements again. I think, as far as I remember, most of the color mastery ones are just like play a bunch. Yeah, like gain 777 life. You don't have to infinite combo or anything for that, but you can get that in one game. Okay, some of these you do have to do in one game. Like reach a life of 50 or greater, attack with 15 or more. There, I do plan on streaming on both YouTube and Twitch whenever I stream in the future. I don't know how often that's going to be right now. But spring break is coming up and I will have a little more time then, so there will very likely be more streams on YouTube, yeah, if everything works well. Control 12 or more artifacts and or enchantments at the beginning of your end step. Okay, there actually are a lot of these achievements in the color masteries that are like one game, very specific things. I thought most of them were like the gain 777 life, or like this one here, like attack with power 400 creatures, power 2 or less, or something like that, that are just play a bunch. How's it going, Rifa? Okay. I think the most specific ones, though, are in the advanced achievements to go through. Yeah, like Flying, Vigilance, Trample, Lifelink, and Haste. Does a Chroma have all of those? Is a Chroma not on Arena? No shot. A Chroma's Memorial is Flying, First Strike, Vigilance, Trample, Haste. That's all of them, right? Save and exit. Yeah, I know it's invalid. Flying, Vigilance, Trample, Lifelink, Haste. Hmm. Flying, Vigilance. No, Flying, First Strike, Vigilance, Trample, Haste. There's no Lifelink. So we just play mono white with a bunch of Lifelink creatures that already have it. So once I play this, they gain those abilities and they have all of the ones listed. Okay. So if we've got lifelink in the first place, this will give it everything else for the thing. Do I ever play constructed like Brawl or Standard? I play some Brawl for like daily quests and stuff if I don't have time for like a draft. Just on my free time. That's about it for constructed because I play Commander in paper as the only thing I really do when I play Magic with friends. But 99% of the time that I play Magic is draft and sealed. You could do it in standard with an Urborg Scavengers list. That would be cute. I feel like that requires a lot more setup, though. I think this one, if every creature in the deck has lifelink, it's just draw Memorial. Live long enough to cast it. I don't even know what half these cards do. I kind of want to ramp into Memorial, too. There's definitely a way to cheat it into play in Timeless. Probably even in mono white, but certainly easier in like blue. There's Tune-Up. Artifact card from Grave to Battlefield. Boop, 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 boop. And there's the Ghost. There's Grandpa's Ghost. So we have 8 ways to reanimate it. If I play like that bat lets me surveil, right? I mean, I could look for just surveil in general. This lets me surveil. What does the bat do that I was looking at? These are not bats. Ruin Lurker bat. Oh, it scries. Wow. It's also only if I descended. There's self-mill. There is. There's Airlift Chaplain. Okay, so we can have 4 Airlift Chaplain, 4 Fear of Surveillance, even in mono white. Is there discard? There's Possessed Goat. It's Fleeting Spirit. Guardian Nubenalia, Hallowblade. Actually, a chunk of discard. I like the Split Skin Doll. Draw a card, discard a card actually looks nice here. Better than just like discard a card for indestructibility or a flicker or something. Because drawing and discarding buys me, or gets me closer to the Memorial. It is a legendary card as well, so we can also play Heroes. No, it's not the Hero, it's the Snow. Search for Glory. Search for a legendary card. And if I play all snow lands here, we also gain 3 when we cast that. So, Snow Plains. I need basics as well. We're achievement brewing over here. Okay, so we need random lifelink creatures. We need to mill or discard a Memorial and then reanimate it. So. Those all seem like much stronger lifelink creatures than the 2 drops, and there's still 12 of them in the deck. I don't mind just cutting lands on this one either. The curve goes to 4. I have draw and discard on this. I have surveil on this towards mana. This can also search for a land. If I have the Memorial Engrave, I can search for Snow Plains, play it for tune-up. Have I gotten the lose game 1, win game 2, and 3 yet? Yes. I got that in a video you have not seen yet. That would be slight spoilers to say exactly what that video was. Very minor spoilers. Arena Open Day 2, Draft 1. I did Day 2. Chroma's Memorial Achievement. Am I planning to do any limited draft during this stream? Yeah, I'm going to do at least one. Because I have this one right here. I'm going to at least play out this draft. If this deck's just okay. I mean, Aether Spark's crazy. I don't know. I don't really like that card. But this deck looks just okay. If this deck like flails and goes 0-3 or 3-3 or something, then I'll definitely hop into another one. Otherwise, it depends on how long I want to spend achievement hunting, how much more time I got at that point. So it'll be the later end of the stream for sure. I want to do at least like an hour of chibi hunts here. This achievement is to attack with a creature that has lifelink, first strike, vigilance, trample, haste, like a bunch of stuff. So the only thing that Akroma's Memorial does not give that's on that list is lifelink. So if we just play a little lifelink creature and then tune up a Memorial from our grave, we have all the abilities. We just attack once and we did it. Yeah, attack with a creature with a Chroma Soup. That's the achievement we're going for right now. Branch Light Stalker. Cool. Okay, Splitskin Doll. This is the issue with running the Splitskin Doll, though. It doesn't let me actually discard the card if I have another creature out. So punished for playing the 1-drop. I couldn't discard the Memorial for the tune-up. That's so funny. Absolutely cursed. I guess if I draw another reanimation spell, I could reanimate, like I can tune up the Splitskin Doll after Sarah Ascendant dies to discard the Memorial and then cast the other copy of Tune Up or Boiler's Awakening. Yeah, okay, that's the plan. We have a Boiler's Awakening. So we tune up the doll if we can get to an empty board here. And then use that trigger to discard Memorial. Does the 7-mana artifact creature do all that? It might. The 7-mana foundations creature. 7 mana is a lot, though. If that is the case, though, I could just play like mono green ramp in standard or something and play that thing. But I feel like it's probably also like all but one. All right, goodbye, Akroma's Memorial. Toxic Siphoner. Unnatural Restoration. I feel like our opponent might also be going for achievements here. They might have the achievement for the 10 poison kill. Okay, I don't want to Awakening until the turn I'm attacking with a lifelinker. So that they don't have any time to play like the Destroy an Artifact Poison Me card that I think exists. So I'm just going to slam things onto the board here, and then next turn I'll reanimate Memorial and attack with one of the 2 lifelinkers, and we're golden. And then I can just pass turn from there until they poison me out so they can get their achievement too. Cool. I wish the emote that's like I'm on a quest wasn't locked behind 450 games of Explorer or 250 games of Explorer, something crazy like that. Because I would be using that so much today. Okay, I believe we should have the achievement from that. I don't know how to communicate to my opponent that I will allow them to poison me out. I'm like, just attack me and you're good. You got it. Why is it locked behind that quest? Because they wanted prizes. Oh, they knew. They knew. Yeah, we both get an achievement. Let's go. All right. Keyword soup. I think it's because they wanted to give an emote to every different format. And they were like, well, explorer, so you're exploring, so you're on a quest. But it's like, that's just a universally useful emote to lock behind playing a specific format, you know? Like, here, let me check it out again. Because we got to make a new deck anyway. 250 games of Explorer. The achievement is, it's literally I'm on a quest if you type it out. And then your opponent will know if you're in the play queues. Oh, that's why they're doing something stupid. And they might help you out. But yeah, it's because like they wanted to give everyone, yeah, they're just like, nice deck. For standard, this is a new brew for alchemy. If you're playing a new deck, historic. Do you see the line? I'm ready to brawl. Who's gonna use that emote? See you next week. 13 midweek Magic events. You gotta play 3 months of midweek Magic before you can say see you next week. Also, that is the one achievement really locking anybody from trying to like speedrun achievements as well. Play 1 whole year's worth of midweek Magic. Imagine using a Mana Quest at the start of the game to try to trick somebody into going easy on you. That would be rude. That would be rude. Okay. Why am I on the color masteries? I want to go to the advanced achievements again. That's the crazy stuff, right? I still have not gone 7-0 in a limited event since they added achievements, and I'm going to blame it on them adding achievements because I've gone 7-0 in draft a lot over time, but not since achievements came out. They demolished me. They cursed me with that. Remove 6 or more loyalty counters from a planeswalker you control during your turn. Ooh, you know what can do that. This deck is stupid. Wait, what? Why didn't you show up the first time? I can get 2 and 1. I can poison them out and ultimate a planeswalker. That's 2 different achievements if I do this. But also this is a this is what they call a dick move. But that's okay. I'm here for achievements. Cut down for sure. That adventure card, that's really good. Oh, the Mosswood. Boom. I'm literally just playing like an actual Golgari mid-range deck this time. It's not even... wow, that's a lot of go for this. This isn't even like an achievement honey deck. You think we probably Llanowar Elves in here? If the entire goal is just popping off Innkeeper's Talent Vraska, do I do Mana Ramp? Or do I just play all interaction? Going over everything in standard here. Hey Quims, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Is there any good tutors? Oh yeah, Pillage the Bog, definitely. Right, we don't care about winning the game at all. We really just need to find these two things, so Pillage to grab these two things. I mean, we will win the game if I get the 2 achievements, but that's kind of like secondary to unlocking the achievement. And Pillage the Bog helps us unlock the achievement. If only Vampire Hexmage was on Arena. Is Dark Depths on Arena? That'd be kind of sick. Bitter Triumph is pretty good, right? That's probably not better than Infernal Blessing, though, is it? Or do you just run all of them? Where is Infernal? Infernal... Is it Infernal Blessing? What is it called? It's the you lose 2 life, but you blow up anything. I thought it was Infernal. I'm quickly realizing my memory deletes card names so fast after the draft format is out that I don't remember half these cards correctly. Oh, it rotated out. I'm thinking of a card from Crimson Vow or Midnight Hunt or something. Infernal Grasp. It rotated out. It's not in standard anymore. I'm a total boomer. Or did it not rotate out? Because standard's super big now. No, it did. It did. It's not in there. Unless, what is this deck? Yeah, this deck is standard. It rotated for sure? Okay. Yeah. My bad. They put Feed the Swarm in Dusk Swarm? In Dusk Swarm? Oh, they did. They reprinted it. I only have the Battle for Zendikar version. I've never drafted that card in Dusksworn. Is it in like one of the starter decks or something? It couldn't be in the commander deck because the commander decks don't go to standard. That's so weird to me. I didn't know Feed the Swarm was in standard right now. Because I only know that card from Battle for Zendikar. I guess I just play Fells. And then... Is there any good card draw in the Golgari decks? I know there's like a really good Golgari mid-range. I could just net deck that and then swap out and put the Innkeeper's Talent Vraska in. There's got to be standard players in the chat. What's good in Golgari mid-range to help me survive long enough to Vraska Innkeeper's Talent for 2 achievements? Yeah, that is the best, Tyler. When you just don't even look up the set again, you're like, I think I can remember the set based on the vibes. Oh yeah, I like that one. That's a good picture. And then you just have a sick deck. Feed is in Foundations. Oh, it's in Foundations. Oh, right. Yeah, Foundations added like 600 cards or something to Standard because all the extra box sets and stuff. Glissa. I can't believe I forgot Glissa. Great point. Yeah, Glissa's ridiculous. That's an easy last include here. And she draws the cards towards drawing the double team. Also, I would have thought she would have rotated too by now. I guess she probably would have if Standard rotated as fast as it used to. But the expansion added back to just Dominaria, right? Dominaria United is the oldest one right now. All right. Why can't I change deck name? Whatever. New deck 11. Grab us a double achievement. Bringing the sweatiest deck to the unranked standard play queue because I need to pull off the Splinter Twin combo for achievements. Is Nocturnal Hunger overcosted? Like, not for draft, but I think for standard a little bit. Standard just has so many 2-mana options, like Bitter Triumph and stuff, that you can just run those. But this deck is not, like, super streamlined or anything, so we could run it. Maybe I should have mulliganed this, but it's whatever. I have one of my 2 combo pieces. I can pillage. I am going to get absolutely slammed, aren't I? Save at least 1 removal for an actual dino. Gliss has First Strike Death Touch. She should be pretty nasty in this. There we go. Pillage the Bog. Wonderful. I mean, even if I cast it, I don't have both pieces of the combo yet regardless. So I'm just going to get the Glissa down. She's going to be good whether or not they cast a dino. If they don't cast any dinos yet, we just start attacking and drawing cards. And helping dig. The longer I wait on the pillage, the more likely it is to find one of the combo pieces. Because then we have more lands on board. Web Strike Elite. That's not a dinosaur. I'm disappointed in you, opponent. I should have put non-basics in this deck, by the way. I'm on all forests and swamps. That's actually probably the funniest part of this deck. I think I just already own all of the lands I would need. I don't even need to spend wild cards. I just need to not be lazy. What? We're 10 cards closer. But this is neither of what I need. I don't think they're going to kill Glissa. Because their removal in some kind of green-red dinos deck is probably just fight spells. I take another Dread Knight. Or I could just take a Fell to be really safe to dinos. Just gonna take a Dread Knight. Another card draw. Uh-oh. Yeah, fight removal spells like Bushwhack. That's what I thought. So their creatures just replace themselves with dinos every time they die. No! Okay, I've got the removal spells for that at least. I can cast both these Triumphs without losing any life, because I've got the cards to discard. Alright, 1/2 of the combo has arrived, but I have to blow up Haywire Might before I play the other half. Oh, you know what might suck here? If our opponent concedes... I should have blown it up before they get a 1/1 dino, I guess. But a 1/1 dino is whatever. If our opponent concedes, I don't think we get either achievement. No, we still get the ultimate achievement. We don't get the poison achievement. Oh, it didn't trigger? It did trigger. It was just slow. Okay, that's the pillage that I need. There it is. There it is. Okay. 2 turns. 2 turns, and they need to not concede. Ah. They drew 3 artifacts to enchant removal spells in a row. They're running Web Strike Elite too. They're just like all artifacts enchantment removal. All right, we gotta wait for another one. I think the odds really aren't that bad. Technically should have done this the other way, but I guess that works out fine. This way they didn't double up the bigger one to save it. Innkeeper's talent, please. No. Well, that's like the 5th artifact slash enchantment removal spell they hit in a row. They drew, I think they drew Elite, Might, Elite, Frillbat. Two blockers and a go for the throat up. Okay, they're just going to swap out for the token. We found a dino. That thing turns into a 16/16. The 16/16 does not have trample, though. Also, trample doesn't get over first strike death touch, so we're still fine. I just need to not attack with Glissa now. Just sit on the booty. Oh. Yeah, this only deals with creatures. I just still don't think we're casting Vraska until we just have the fully leveled up Innkeeper's talent for the instant ultimate. I'm cool with Chump Chump, and this gets them to tap out of the Skullspore Nexus so they can't get a 16/16 off of a Gonosaur Rex. They don't tap out of it. Okay. Then it's trade Chump. If I respond by go for the throating to 6/6, they can then respond by nexusing the 3/3. Oh, it only doubles the power. I'm dumb. Doesn't add to the toughness anyway. Dread Knight is a messed up card. I think I always have to hold up 2 in case something goes really wrong and they do have a way to blow up Glissa. As long as they don't blow up Glissa, our blocks are super good. I'm gonna have to dig so far. God dang it. I mean, if I was playing to win, I think we probably could have, like, tried to win that quite a bit sooner. Only when achievement hunting are you going to get frustrated winning games. Yeah, I could swap out a little bit of removal for... I could go for, like, a playset of bats. I don't think I want to put, like, duresses in here quite yet. I could swap 4 of the most expensive removals for 4 bats. That might be fine. I probably should, because going back to the drawing board also lets me actually put non-basics into this deck, which would be ideal. Authority of the Consuls. Okay, it's some kind of little life gain deck. This is fine. Innkeeper's Talent to Glissa is pretty gross. They are green-white, though. Those are good colors to blow up our Innkeeper's Talent. Get lost. Okay. No creatures from them yet. Great hand. Start dumping mana into Innkeeper's Talent. Oh, I do need a lot more green, though. The mana base. The mana base. Spend 2 turns leveling this. I might even be pillaging for a forest at this rate. No, let's just level and blow up 1 card. Uh-oh. Double Overlord is pretty good. That's Vraska, though. If I top deck the land, I combo, and I get both achievements. I'm just gonna go for it. Again, as long as they don't concede, but... Land off the top. Come on. Uh-oh. Pillage for the land. One removal spell and pray. Take 6. I'm at 4 life. I pay 2 for Vraska and then lethal. No! Ah. Missing that one top decked land did cost us the chibi. Probably. I could technically survive if they have nothing in hand here. I can pillage into removal and then Bitter Triumph the other one. And then I have both pieces of the combo again. I'm going to be at 1 life, but still. Oh no. I've got the chumps for the Overlord. I've got Innkeeper's Talent on level 2. I still have a chance. I have much less of a chance. I have to top deck removal for that egg. Vraska can't do it because it's an artifact right now. I have to discard Vraska. That's tragedy right there. I have the fully leveled up Innkeeper's Talent, but I have to discard Vraska. Okay. Top deck war. Also, I thought they were just Selesnya, but they're like the actual 5-color domain beans deck, like the legit best deck in standard that won the Pro Tour. So let's go achievement deck. Please. Okay, nope. Breach is definitely lethal. I can't imagine that they don't have a way to kill us there off a breach. I've only hit one of our 3 Vraskas, so we could still top deck here. Yeah, they don't lethal. I still have 1 top deck. It's a swamp. All right. Dang. We were 1 land off, or 1 card for the Bitter Triumph. If I sandbagged lands, I think we probably could have got there, because then I would have had the card to discard to the Bitter Triumph other than Vraska. So we need to be holding on to lands for Bitter Triumphs. Which reminds me, lands. Let's actually have a mana base. Just the other one. Restless Cottage for sure. And then the Wastewood Verge. I think that's it for like the best of the best lands. Okay. And then we'll play the little Disruption Bat in case we can stop the enchantment removal from stopping our combo. And we'll play that over Sorcery speed removal. The cut downs have looked a little bad. I mean, these are really good against like the mono red aggro decks, but they're not good against the domain pile, and they're not good against um, like the big Dino deck. I mean, even the Dino deck, it kills land worlds and stuff. But I can go like 2-2 on these. You know what? Let's go 2-2 on these. And now that I cut a couple of cuts, it's time to play against mono red. I hope the Magic Arena announcements are up here. I also wanted to check those up during the stream. Okay, we got the start we want, which is Innkeeper's Talent, and then just level it up. Okay, green-white. Could be the domain deck again. Yoshin Dissident. It is something completely different. I don't know what this is, but that card can do scary things with the right synergies, so I'm just gonna pop it. I could add cut down up if I played my lands differently, but I couldn't cut down Haywire Might before it destroys Innkeeper's Talent anyway. Play Glissa, hold up, cut down. How much mana would it be to fully level this in one turn? 5, 6, 7? Might be able to wait long enough. This might be one of the pre-con decks. I'm unsure. Dang. I should have cut down while I had the chance. I didn't because I'm like, well, I have the Glissa up for blocks. Or 2. Pay for that. Bright Glass Gearhulk. Grab 2 1-mana value creatures or artifacts or enchantments. Gingerbrute and a Wormlet again. Got the go for the throat on that, but it's an artifact. Make Glissa a 4/4. Makes them trade. It's not quite favorable yet. I need one more counter on Glissa. Alright, I can only go for the Throat the Wormlet, so we might as well do that next turn. Yeah, this is a big hit to keep Glissa, but it's worth it because she's going to be a 5/5. Okay. She only destroys enchantments, sadly. Land or Vraska? Land or Vraska, please. All right. If they animate Restless Prairie, I have to be able to go for the throat on that. If they don't animate Restless Prairie, we go for the throat wormlet. Go for the throat wormlet. I'm taking 2 a turn. I have 2 turns to find Vraska. I guess I can animate cottages for foods to counteract the gingerbrute damage in the near future. Go to 3, then go to 1 here. Some Wormlet X. There's Sentinel of the Nameless City for the map token. On Gingerbrute, if they have a non-land on top, that's just lethal off the top. Dodged it. Dodged the 1 damage. I have to top deck a land to eat a food here. That's a tap land, no! I don't think I can do anything to survive. I can kill 1 Gingerbrute and die. I can animate 1 cottage and attack with it, but only have 1 up, which is not the 2 to eat the food. No. We would have been able to eat the food if we only had basics. But if we only had basics, we wouldn't have the land to make the food. Rip. I could do basics over that one. The fast lands. Oh, wait, hold up, hold up. Tag me out, tag me out. Arena always does this thing where they announce the weekly announcements and they give you the link before it actually works. Okay, yeah, error 404. Thank you, Arena. Very cool looking announcements over there. All right. I still want to see the announcements, but it's 404. Hey, Gabe, how's it going? It has been a while since I streamed, but I'm going to try to get back to doing it now and then. And today is the practice stream for simul streaming on YouTube and Twitch. See how that all works out. That's the Wombo combo. That's the achievement right there. It's a mono black hand, but I have that. I have the whole goal, the achievement to get. What's the viewership on Twitch? I have no idea. I'm sure it says somewhere. It does not say on my streaming software anywhere. So I don't know. It's the bat. Lizard deck. Uh-oh. It's gonna be quick. I'm just gonna kill that. That thing's 2 damage a turn by itself. I don't have blockers till I hit green. That could be annoying, but like my deck is full of removal to get back whichever combo piece they steal. They batted my bat. Well, I'm gonna bat your other bat. Alesha, Vine Lasher. Okay. Alesha to reanimate everybody feels bad for me. Vine Lasher with Fatal Passage is spooky, though. That's a lot of damage. 2 per landfall, but now they're completely out of gas. And I can lifelink for a couple of turns. Especially once I like Blooming Marsh here, that'll be really good. Or when I Blooming Marsh, when I Innkeeper's Talent here, that'll be really good. Let's go for mana efficiency. Glissa keeps the things from attacking me on the ground, and then if I hit land 4, I can go for the throat their bat and cast my own bat against them, or go for the throat their bat and put a +1/+1 counter on my first bat to start gaining 2 a turn immediately. Either of those feels really good. Okay. I'm gonna go for the draw off Glissa. Land, please. Nope. I can pillage to land here off this hand. I'm gonna hold up the go for the throat here and do it at instant speed. I don't want to win. I want to cast Talent in Vraska. This deck is technically 2-2. But I don't want the wins. Okay. Arena's like, I heard you. I got you covered. Just live long enough. They're red, so hopefully we can. We'll see. Draconautics Engineer. Terrifying. I think terrifying enough to triumph. Oh. Oh shit. That's awesome, Lollipop. Congratulations. That's really cool to hear. Yeah, it has been a really long time. Man. That's really cool to hear, Lollipop. I'm very happy for you. I am doing great as well. I haven't had anything quite that cool happen, but I've been having a good time. Yeah, I completely forgot that there was gonna be audio on stuff too. Oh, and thanks for the Prime, Lollipop. Okay. If they don't kill me this turn, I can finally do the thing. Please don't concede. I want my Chibi so bad. Oh my god, this is our game. This is our game. No concession, no concession, no concession. One time. Don't concede, don't concede. Yes. Let's go. Double achievement get. It only took 5 games. Going ultimate and complete victory. That one was a lot harder than the others. Somehow. When I think it was objectively like the strongest deck we built. Never didn't have it. Got that emote now. Awesome. Awesome. All right, is there anything else on the advanced achievements that is easy to get in one game? No. 7-0 limited event. Draft 5 copies of a card. Reach the highest level in a set mastery. Finish a draft with either more rares or mythics. Reach mythic. Win 10 historic. Okay, there's some things we can do in a single draft, so I think it may be time to move on to drafting. Draft 5 or more cards of a copy, or 5 or more copies of a card in draft, and draft 9 or more rares and or mythics. Sure. Let's go for it. Also 7-0, but I don't think we're going to get that at the same time as these, because I'm going to force it. I'm going to absolutely force it. So I do have a premier draft to finish off, to wrap that up. But we're not going to get any achievements with this one unless we 7-0 it, because it doesn't fall under any of those other any of those guidelines for the achievements. So I guess I'll just start off with this, and as soon as we lose a game, we'll just move on to a different draft and go for the stipulation draft for the achievements. Hey, Etskins, how's it going? 9 rares or more, that is tough. Like, we're going to have to force that for sure. That's like absolutely a stipulation draft. We're going to have to take rares that are useless and take them early. Because, like, most people will rare draft before the card's going to wheel. If there's some off-color rare and there's nothing great in their color anyway. So we're going to have to make an objectively worse deck for that one. Okay. So we go Mascot into Refueler. Runover's really cheap interaction with that, and then Stock Up pays us off for mulliganing. Gets us back to 7 cards, basically. Makes sense to me. Thopterist coming up. That's a good one. Good way to top this off. It is a shame I can't saddle with a vehicle. It wouldn't make much sense. You know, my gigantic refueler riding on the back of my doggy. But still. It would be helpful. Playing against blue-red, that's the cycling archetype in this format if they have a bunch of synergy, but they could also just be raw card quality. Start their engines, draw 2. Ditched a Lifecraft engine. Blockbuster, goodbye Refueler, but at least we killed the 3-2. Our 2-drop traded up. Land. Let's go. Prime time for our brand new achievement. Our brand new emote we got. Never didn't have it. I would like to stock up, I think. So I can get a land and a good spell here. Instead of the bike just being basically a land. Now Thopterist is good with Mascot if they still don't play a good blocker. If they don't tap out... Okay. I was going to say, if they don't tap out, I'm not attacking in with Mascot into that. I could flood the engine. I'm not even saddling yet. I'll take the one hit to go for Thopterus this turn. Looking Sarcophagus. Just a 2-1, that's pretty bad on this board. If I can ever get in a position to get mascot attacks going, I can even just blow it up. Eventually turns into a 4-4, but we're likely to deal with Skyray before we give them time. Hey Megabot, how's it going? Okay, they don't have the instant speed removal for mascot, which is great. Bike and Lagak then, still not particularly worried about the Skyray, and this way I can saddle mascot and attack with everybody in the same turn. So if they have a flood the engine, their only good target now is district mascot. Otherwise, I can just blow it up with the mascot and save anything else. If they have like a good artifact creature or something, it's just dead to mascot. Looks good. We're quite a bit behind in cards in hand, but our board has all those cards out anyway. Right, like they have 3 more cards in hand than us, but we have 3 more cards on board. It's pretty balanced card advantage wise, and we have the better board state. Sky Streak Engineer. Bit of a chunker. Plop that down, because Mascot can attack into Skyray better. But I guess this needs 5. Yeah, Skyray could actually still end up being bigger. Because they could cycle here. So maybe I do just send Lagak and the 4 power. I doubt they can double cycle here, but I could see an argument for not sending in the 3s right now. Sure, I will not send in the 3s. I think I actually clicked through that too fast. I probably still should have flooded the Skyray. Okay, it doesn't matter. Basically plays out the same. Lollipop gifts a community sub. Community sub gift. They changed the names of everything, like gift subs and stuff. It's been so long. Thank you, Lollipop, for the gift sub to Quiz 1. I don't even think the alert works because they changed everything. I don't understand this card, but I'm going to click buttons and see what happens. Wait, it's equal to the counters? I don't know. I don't know. I'm clicking buttons. I think the idea is we should probably put it on the least important creature here so they can't just blow up our best creature and stop us from getting more spark counters. But if we put it on the bigger creature, then this thing like gets more counters on it. Yeah, I don't know. I've only played against it, and I feel like I've only ever beaten it, but I might have lost to it once because I've played against it at least twice, and the 2 games I remember I beat it. I mean, we won with it that game, but we would have won with anything. It was literally 5 mana for like a +1/+1 counter this game. little something to celebrate. Videos got you through a lot of sleepless nights in the last 3 months. That's good to hear, Lollipop. That is good to hear. I'm glad I can do my part. Well, we won the first game, so we'll keep playing. Again, this is the draft that has nothing to do with achievements. This was just a practice draft for the Arena Open. So the only way we get an achievement off this draft is if we go 7-0. So play this till we lose a game and then go stipulation draft for the other achievements. Yeah, Guardian turns into a 5/5 soon enough. I'll flood it. Keep the curve going. I think we play Thopterist over Hazard when I've got the Saddle 1 ability. Bunch of mana up here. They could have like a run over on Mascot, I suppose. That would make sense because pretty much every deck has some amount of artifacts. We'll randomly blow up with this later. Yeah, run over Mascot, fair. You wonder if it'll be impossible to complete actual achievements next season or so, or if they will add new ones to replace them. Well, like the achievement for poisoning somebody out or something. You just have to play. You would have to play like constructed, and have to play older formats. I don't think there's any achievements that says like something really, really specific that'll be impossible when a new set comes out or anything. You just have to then go to playing historic or timeless or something like that. 4/4 against the 3/4. Do you have a favorite archetype for AetherDrift? Uh, Maybe Rakdos maximum speed. Maybe blue-black artifact. Not green. Green makes me want to fall asleep, and I don't love the color balance. Um, so I guess my favorite archetype is not green. Probably blue-black. Blue-black, if you get a couple copies of the card that drains your opponent for each artifact you control, it's super fun. I like slamming down a bunch of Pact Terrors. Blue-black's nice. But Rakdos Starch Your Engines, I think I have more fun playing because I'm such an aggro player at heart, and it's one of like the only actually good aggro decks in this set. So it could be that too. Yeah, 4/4 boop hits Ketradon. That's not a good attack. We're in a classic Aether Drift game right now, where we're going to stare at each other. I mean, even when I adapt or exhaust the hazard, it's a 7/7 trample. The double block, I kill a single one of these two cards and lose this. So it's just poke for 2 in the sky until somebody draws something really scary. I guess this is where a card like the Aether Spark comes in really handy. Throwing that onto just a flyer is actually crazy here. Even if I saddle this 4 toughness, it can't trade for Pact Terror at that point. Has to be the 5/4 and the 6/4. Yeah, the saddle attack gets in. That's fair. Yeah, I think that was my favorite draft of the format so far. Was that Rakdos traditional draft? The blue-red cycling one wasn't bad either. The other traditional draft. But that was really another one of those drafts where you kind of just get carried by great rares. The Rakdos one having like no rares and just being streamlined, super aggressive, that one was pretty sick. Ooh, we train into a Dune Beetle here? Maybe not. Maybe a maximum overdrive. Yeah. Sure. Now they have an actual 7/7 against our 7/7. They still don't really have attacks because our board is so much bigger than theirs, but Super don't have attacks. Okay, they just spin that out anyway. Fair enough. Now they have like one turn of attacks, but then when everybody's untapped, I just keep poking for 2. I feel combat tricks are bad enough for me to not block here. Especially when I can have a run over up now. This is a little bold, but I'm going to do it. We're racing. No crew. Just a Gravestalker. Go to 7. Pothole Mole. Please be more than crew 2. Crew 2? It's kind of egregious. So small of a crew cost. If I clear out a blocker, they have one single blocker up. They go to 2 on board. If I top deck removal, they die. Top deck a number of things, they die. The Gak is not one of those things, so we need to not attack on the ground at that point so that we don't die on the crackback. We do still die to them hitting removal pretty quickly. I'm not sure if we die immediately, but losing 6 toughness here against the 7/7 trample is gnarly. Insight. Picks up a Scrap Compactor and Earth Rumbler. Those are both sketchy. They don't have the mana to sacrifice the Scrap Compactor and blow up a 6/6 immediately, but they would next turn. The Earth Rumbler, they do have the mana to immediately slam out, and the creatures engraved to activate. That doesn't have haste, though. But it's significant on blocks. They pick up the Earth Rumbler. Crew Debris Beetle. I can't go to 1, or I die to Packdoll Terror trigger when Earth Rumbler hits the board. So I can't block with only Venom Sac Lagak, or I get trampled down to 1 and die. Combat tricks are really bad for me. But I still think the fact that the Lagak block leaves me just dead means I still sort of have to catch it on Thopterist here. Because if I want to make a Lagak block and not die to Earth Rumbler, the only way to really do that is to just throw a Thopter in the graveyard for nothing. And doing this, I still just die to a combat trick. Because if the combat trick adds at least like +3/+3, they just trample over for lethal anyway. So a combat trick kind of kills me whether I do this double block and they get to combat trick to kill both of these, or I do this double block and they get to combat trick literal lethal me. So I think I just do this. Okay. Oh, A-Chick? Yeah. That'll seal it. I think you're a little too late, Aether Spark. I don't draw a card off of it this turn. They don't have Trample on board, and I am at 7. I'm at essentially 6 from Pact Thal Terror. I guess this has a slight chance. Because I get to draw 2 off of it then next turn. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Lollipop. I hope you have a good day, and I will definitely hopefully see you again sooner than a year from now, for sure. Okay. I haven't done any math here. A-Chick attack is wild. They're completely on board, right? Yeah, they have no cards in hand. The only activated ability is Greenbelt Guardian. We actually do just straight trade into A-Chick. Opponent hits with the GG. Do they think they punted the attack here, or am I missing something? I can't lethal on the crackback, that's for sure. Oh, they do trample on one of their cards. 1, 2, 3. They only have 1 green mana to trample with, so 1, 2, 3, trample there. 4, 5, I'm at 1. 1, 2, 3, trample there. 4, 5, I'm at 1. I survive at 1, do I not? Am I crazy? I think it's not quite GG yet. Maybe I missed it. Hey, Goat member, how's it going? Oh, wait, what happened? It triggers off of itself dying? Oh, I don't think I've ever had that come up. That's rough. Sure. Another insect you control dies. Put a +1/+1 counter on it. Each opponent loses 1 life. Wait. Oh, this is an insect warrior. Oh, no. Well, then they did have lethal, however I did it. Because if I blocked with enough to kill this, then it was going to make me lose the life. If I didn't block with enough to kill it, then it just tramples over because of their trample card. The Greenbelt Guardian giving it trample till end of turn. If I just blocked with like a 1/1 there. Yeah. Dang. Alright. Not the 7-win run with this deck. Fair enough. This deck is just okay. But that means we can get to go stipulation draft for some other achievements here. Save that draft as just a normal draft for later. What are the stipulation drafts? We need to draft 5 copies of the same card, and we need to draft 9 rares. 9 or more rares and mythics. I feel like 9 or more rares and mythics is going to be basically impossible in quick draft. I feel like both of these would be easier in actual premier drafts and traditional drafts than quick drafts, but especially rare drafter. I think the bots take rares pretty highly. So let's go for traditional draft. And I can only use gems on the Arena Direct next weekend, so I'm going to spend my gold here. Save all the gems. And I think I'm just going to try to rare draft on this one. Does that one count for cube drafts? I don't know, but I would assume not. If so, that would be really easy. We haven't had cube drafts since the achievements went up, so that would be interesting to know. Maybe I should just try to draft 5 copies of the same card. That one's a little easier, though. I've done that before naturally, just randomly in draft. But now that I know specifically what I'm trying to do, we can really get that one done. to force it a little bit here. So we're going to be drafting a slightly weaker deck, forcing specific things, forcing all the rares. And once we start getting duplicates of the same card, we're going to take the 4th and 5th copy super highly. Come on in the traditional draft queues, everybody. Is anybody excited for Aetherdrift Alchemy? I haven't looked at any of the cards. I never look at any of the cards. I just draft them when they come out. I'm like, oh, cool, variety in the draft. Let's go. Random new nonsense. Yeah, there's always less people in traditional draft for sure. Sadly, Aetherdrift is the only draft up right now, so I can't play any other Premier draft until I finish that first Aetherdrift draft. So I can't go do a stipulation Aetherdrift Premier draft. I could do a stipulation quick draft. I think we could get 5 copies of the same card in quick draft, but there's no shot you ever get 9 rares in a quick draft. They like specifically made the bots rare draft a little bit to keep people from doing that. At least I think. I mean, that is conspiracy, but I think statistically speaking, you get less rares in quick draft than premier drafts on average because human players just pass more rares. Personally, don't like alchemy anything. That's fair. Drift Alchemy has a cool vanilla creature that spawns an enchantment that gives vanilla creatures +2/+2 on the board. That's pretty sick. A mythic that conjures up Ragavan? That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, alchemy cards are always wild nonsense. That is cool, though, that since it is the first set on Arena that mentions Muragonda, we get to see some more Muragonda cards out of even the alchemy stuff. Because Muragonda is like the primordial plane, it's just a bunch of big creatures and stuff, dinosaur plane, stuff like that. So the mechanics of that plane are vanilla creatures, just big creatures with no abilities. So getting some more cards to favor those archetypes seems cool. That seems pretty fun. I wish there was a little more of that within Aetherdrift itself. I don't love the flavor. In fact, I don't even like the flavor. It's kind of funny, but I really like Amonkhet and Kaladesh. I love those sets. So the cards that take place on Amonkhet and what is now Avishkar, those are some of my favorite cards in the set. The ones that have like nothing to do with racing, and they just like are cool references, like the new Amonkhet gods and stuff like that. The Gear Hulks are cool. It's cool to get new Gear Hulks. You wish the black vanilla creature had a better stat line than 7/2? It is real fragile. Yeah, for trading down, it trades down into 1 mana 2/1s, 2 mana 2/2s, all that. When is Final Fantasy coming? That is June 10th is the pre-release, I believe. So it'll be on Arena June 13th-ish. The Tuesday after the pre-release is when it'll be on Arena. So early June, mid-June, something like that. If you want to play it in paper, then June 10th. If you want to go play it at your local game store. That is my most hyped set of the year. I love Universes Beyond, and I'm going to play the heck out of all of them, but especially Final Fantasy, because that's like, I love Universes Beyond, and I actually do like Final Fantasy a lot, so. I'm like, Spider-Man is like cool. I mean, the MCU is huge, so obviously I know all about Spider-Man. I've watched a lot of Spider-Man movies and stuff, but like I never read the comics. I'm not particularly insanely partial to Spider-Man personally. Final Fantasy is the set for me that's going to be like pretty personal. Just as somebody who played just a ton of video games growing up, even if you never played Final Fantasy games, I think Final Fantasy is just so iconic to anybody who grew up playing a bunch of video games. Like you always had the friend with Final Fantasy, or you could like read through the guidebooks and look at all the artwork, and yeah, it's awesome. You're going to Minneapolis for the regional championship. Any advice besides grinding standard? You made it back from MagicCon Chicago. I unfortunately do not really have any advice for you. I'm basically strictly a draft player, draft and sealed. That is where I could have actual advice for slightly competitive events. But standard, I don't even know what is the absolute, like what the best decks are right now. The only deck I know in the metagame, I mean, I know of some of the metagame decks, but the only one that I've really like seen played at the competitive level was like I watched a little bit of the Pro Tours, watching some of the Domain deck mirror matches. But I know woefully little about standard and what decks you should play and what matchups are good and not good. And so I would try to check out some other streamers and stuff. Like I know Jim Davis always does tons of competitive stuff, lots of standard and all that. I don't know. You're waiting for Devil May Cry or Resident Evil? Capcom Universes Beyonds would be really cool. We already got Street Fighter, but that was only a secret layer. Resident Evil would be at the absolute top of my list. That's one of the few game series I've ever played that I've actually played every single game of. Not literally every game, but every numbered game. This draft is nice and simple. These are not the right picks, but they're the picks I'm making for achievements. Hey, there's my Thrill Seeker. Pick 3's a little early to take that. Thanks for the follow, Alice Thoth. Yeah, pick 3's a little early to take that, but I do really like that deck. It's probably supposed to be Grimbauble here to stay more open, since we're going to be taking every single rare that we see. Just having a card in each color for now until we find what the best rares we're going to have throughout this draft are seems reasonable. What I love about Thrill Seeker and what I loved about it in the time that we really got into the Rakdos archetypes, it's the kind of card you can take usually like pick 6 or 7 because everybody's fighting over green. And once you get it that late, you're like, yeah, I can do this. But seeing it at this point isn't the biggest sign ever because there's packs with 2 rares in them. This pack could have just had a Sab and a Bastronaut or something, and they just took rare, and then now there's a Thrill Seeker still there, even though people could be in Rakdos colors. I'm just going to take the bauble there. This pack's really bad and there's no rare, sadly. That's a big old bummer here. What is Salvation Engine? Artifact creatures control get +2/+2. Whenever it attacks, return up to 1 artifact card from your grave to the battlefield. You have to accrue it for 6, which seems near impossible, but I think the one card that actually works with that is Broadcast Rambler. Right? If we get a Broadcast Rambler down, the Thopter token's a 3/3 flyer because of the engine. If I crew the Rambler's a 7/6, and the 7/6 can crew the engine. This is probably not actually a good card, but it seems pretty fun and the pack's weak enough to try it out. Broadcast Rambler to help play the Salvation Engine. Well, we're taking Ketramose even though it doesn't really work in draft, because that's rare number 3. All right, I'm so behind on chat right now because I'm trying to make the right picks to have some semblance of strategy outside of draft every rare right now. I gotta catch up on chat in a second. This pack is also really weak. I don't know what to do. Probably Engine Rat to go with Grimbauble towards like Orzhov. We could play the Ketramose, but there's not a lot of cards that actually work with it that get you drawing cards. All right, what did I miss? We were talking about Universes Beyond. I gotta double up, check that out. Stockup is one of the best cards in a long time. True, that's awesome. Got into MTG via Lord of the Rings, so you have Universes Beyond to thank for that. Heck yes. But seeing Spider-Man in Standard will certainly be jarring. Yeah, the fact that they put them in Standard is weird. I don't super agree with that, but it also doesn't affect me a ton because I don't really play much Standard. But That's the biggest part that I hear people complain about in Universes Beyond that I think is super, super viable. I'm like, yeah, that's true. That's gonna be strange. Overdrive's good for an aggressively curved black deck of any kind, and Orzhov is one of the lower curved decks. So that seems pretty good. Yeah, we're on 4 out of 9 rares. We might be able to just get this achievement right off the bat, which would be awesome. Lucky for you, your interests are mostly way too niche for them to target you with Universes Beyond. Yeah, lucky for the wallet. Let's go, dude. Look at this. First draft. If you ever want to draft 9 rares in a draft, just go into the traditional draft queues and you'll get it. It's a lot of gems, and we're going to have a really bad deck until I get my 9th rare, and then I can really focus up on making the right picks. But once we get there, we don't ever have to do it again. We're not getting Universes Beyond 90s All Japan Pro Wrestling. You're waiting for Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Universes Beyond? I feel like you're going to be waiting a long time. That seems like the least likely ever possible because they actually have full-on card games that are in competition with Magic. But I have played the Pokemon card game, I've played the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game, and I would be so fine with that, honestly. You know what? I might be heavy enough white to go. Sloth. Ticket Tortoise to maybe get some fixing here if we go many colors. I still think black and white are our best colors. And Mustang and Roadside Assistance, both super filler. Probably Country Roads. Multiple vehicles and mounts in white already. Come on, 5 rares, right? 6 now, obviously. 3, 4, 5, 6. I want to try Salvation Engine. I want to play at least one of these random rares we scooped up. Most of them are so bad, and that's why we've been able to take so many of them. Ketcherbos, Salvation Engine. Count on Luck, super bad. Sunbillow Verge is just a duel. Hey, thanks, Sophia. I appreciate that. Thanks for the kind words. Are we the fabled Boros deck that will pierce the heavens? Probably not. I'm not going to play Count on Luck, even if I am Boros, but the Bastionaut is a good card. Sadly, somebody took the rare out of this pack. That's not allowed. That's my job. I guess it's Grease Wrench Goblin then, right? The white cards and the black cards in this pack are just not good. Oh, well, there's an Engine Rat. Engine Rat is good. But I think Grease Wrench Goblin's probably a little bit better. The exhaust ability's great. No rares. No, is the player on my left doing the same thing? I have to wait till pack 3 to find another rare? If this falls apart and we end up with 8 rares, that'll make me real depressed. Quick Welder is kind of sick with Salvation Engine. The Curve Out, turn 3 Voyager Quick Welder, turn 4 Salvation Engine. Now the Quick Welder's got hands. That's a 4/6 absolute chunker coming in hot. I'm doing it. Oh, a rare! Pick 4. Woo! Oh, I want to take Quick Welder so bad. Oh, it doesn't say how many rares there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I only need 3 more rares. Can I get 3 rares in pack 3? If I spend a pick actually making a strategy show up here, I'm doing it. I have a plan now. Pick 5. Tyrox? Interface Ace. How big of an idiot do I want to be? Because Interface Ace can crew Salvation Engine because it's a 2/6 once engine's on the board and it crews based on toughness instead of power. Now, this card sucks. You should basically never play it. But it crews Salvation Engine, and it's an artifact creature to end up in the grave to reanimate with the engine. All in on Salvation Engine. Cloudspire Captain, cool. It makes Salvation Engine bigger. Let's do it. Let's make the worst deck. Pick 7 coordinator means anybody opening any coordinators, they're going to get passed all the way to us. Oh, but Gas Guzzler's super late too. And that's actually a rare, so I kind of have to take it. All right, I need to still be open to playing black then. I'm not taking Crag over that, because that's also rare 6, which is important. I don't think there's a hexproof vehicle. Another Cloudspire Captain? Crash and Burn's good removal, though, and I have, like, none. The Armory can crew the Salvation Engine without even tapping, but the card is so bad when you don't have a vehicle on board, it's just not worth it. I'm still taking it over these mediocre combat tricks, but I feel like that'll be a quick cut. More artifact creatures or the good hasty exhauster? More artifact creatures is very cute with Salvation Engine. I'm going to do it. That also gets to get played in Boros or Orzhov. Look, I can put a roadside assistance on my Salvation Engine to hit for like 7 and gain 7. Okay. Let's see. Oh, it crews the Sloth naturally as well? That's cool. I think the rate at which I'm getting past rares is high enough to take a really good card for the Boros deck here over the rare. I just need to find 2 rares in this pack. I want to try to maximize potential win rate while also getting all 9 rares, which makes me feel like Outpace Oblivion is huge. Broadcast Rambler's pretty huge, but again, we do need 2 more rares to lock that in. I can't pass the rares every single pick. It would be really tragic to end up with 7 or 8. I don't think Rambler's as important as Outpace Oblivion is to this deck, because I was so low on removal. But it is really like the best white common. It plays really well with Quick Welder. It plays really well with Salvation Engine. It's so good in this deck still. I'm doing it. I just gotta keep you all guessing here. We're gonna end with like 8 rares. Quick Welder and Nesting Bot are both great, but Ride's End for removal is huge. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. We'll be fine. 9. And y'all thought we wouldn't get there. Cowards. This is going to be a fun deck. It is not good, but it's doing... Oh, 10! It's doing really fun stuff. That instantly made this deck a lot better, by the way. I can randomly board wipe somebody. I don't think we're playing Armory. Well, I spent so many off-color picks, we might have to play Armory still. Yeah, I currently do. Still have to play it. Wow. This deck looks so much more reasonable than I thought it would. It's still bad. It's still the worst color pair. It's still got a triple red card, but it has a strategy. It has a plan. The 4-drop on curve, it's also an artifact creature. This is also so rude against Golgari, randomly. The double winter coming in clutch was pretty sick. Well, yeah, they made it really good because the Boros, the idea behind this card in this set and in this archetype is that Boros is about big vehicles and stuff. So with this card, it obviously doesn't blow up any of your vehicles, so you just get to exile your best creature. So your creature survives the board wipe, and all of your vehicles survive the board wipe as well. So it's not too hard in this archetype for it to be in your favor, even if you're already in an aggressive position. I think it works pretty well. Rare Drafter. How sick would it have been if we could get like 5 copies of Quick Welder as well, just towards the deck strategy and got both achievements in one? That'd have been pretty awesome. Okay, 4 cuts. Count on Luck still really hard to cast with a single Sunbillow Verge for fixing. I want to play every artifact that we have here, so the weakest non-artifact cards are Glider, Captain, Mustang for creatures. Assistance, Armory, Celebrations. Those are the weakest non-creatures. I'm going to cut Armory right now. I'm going to cut Count on Luck. It's going to be very uncastable till insanely late. Creature count, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, plus 2 Ramblers that always crew themselves. So 14. 15 to 17 seems fine to me. Captain, because I've got 4 vehicles. I have 4 vehicles and 4 vehicles and 1 mount. That's only 5 cards to buff with captains. That's still not exciting, actually. Maybe captain still gets cut. I mean, if I play captain and one of the other 2, these are both mounts that I'm cutting here. I want to play kickoff celebrations because I think that Salvation Engine is like hilariously huge for this archetype, for this strategy, this deck that we've built. So I like being able to dig towards it. I guess I can play... No, I want to keep the artifact creatures for Salvation Engine. That's probably strong without Wreck Remover. That is really filler. If I play Mustang over Wreck Remover, then we've got 1 more mount for Captain, and... that just makes the Captain more consistent, as well as removing a card that's really just in here because it's an artifact creature. That is pretty filler. Okay, we'll do that. And then Roadside Assistance, probably not actually that strong, but it's just so funny on a big artifact creature like Rambler or Salvation Engine that I'm going to keep it in. Because like if I get lifelinking attacks in with my 6/5 Rambler, like GG. Yeah, this is a goofy deck. This deck is for memes. This deck was for the 10 rare achievement. I don't think it's actually particularly good, but we will find out. We are in best 3 rounds. So we even get to sideboard around because we got enough on-color cards to do that too. Solid looking deck here. Really fun one. The lower end of solid because it's a weaker archetype, but it has a plan. It has removal. It has a curve. It has a fun rare that looks powerful enough. Let's see if we can't get away with a 3-win run. Probably not. If we win at least like 1 round, I'll be pretty happy. Get the achievement plus win a round. That'll be sick. This deck is an absolute brew. Salvation Engine nonsense. run the 2 mana 0/4 because it turns into a 2/6 when you have the engine on board and it crews the engine with its 6 toughness booty. Yikes. I generally keep almost every 2 to 5 lander. But again, 2 landers and 5 landers are on the very edge of that, where it's like, it's still mulligan. It's easy to flood here. I'm going to keep. We'll see what we're up against. This is 17 lands, yeah. I have like a bunch of 5 mana vehicles. We could still drop to 16, maybe. It's the mirror match. No. Turn 2 tie rocks. Good thing I drew a 2-drop. Do not blow up my sarcophagus, or I will be the one in a sarcophagus at the end of this game. Just get fully mummified and sent off to Egypt. Don't do it. Let me trade. No. Stop. Do not read your cards in hand. They will not help you here. They help them here. Market back Walker. So that's a draw million. Here's Captain. Oof. Sky Cycle. That's really good with Market back Walker. That's 2 counters on it, so it draws them 3 cards when it dies. Wombo comboed. Whale. Shucks. Walker's only going to draw them more and more cards the longer I wait to kill it, but I don't see how we are winning against Surveyor plus Sky Cycle plus 4 cards in hand here, so I'm just going to let Walker stay. Oops, until I potentially draw my exile removal spell. I feel like that's about our best bet right now. If I don't get really lucky and hit that, it's going to take a lot to get back in this game. That one was pretty funny, Owen. That was pretty funny. Still got there because Gonti's insane, but that was the funniest. I guess I could have just played this turn. But if they don't kill Mustang, I've got a mount out now. And it's untapped. But it'd still just be better to have played it. Rides End, Rides End, Rides End. Okay. Grease Wrench Goblin got hands. I actually have to hold this right now. Yeah, I think I might have to discard it here so that I have an untapped red source to play if I draw something relevant that costs red. There is nothing relevant. I could hit Kickoff Celebrations, Cloudspire Coordinator, or Burnout Bastronaut. I don't think any of those are good enough to matter enough to not just keep Country Roads over Mountains. Yeah, I'm actually just going to play Country Roads. That is funny. Go Mustang, go. Rides in, that's what I need. I was supposed to hit my copy opponent. I mean, we're still in this game off of just that one top deck. There's only one in the deck, so the odds are really unlikely, but if we hit it, then we're actually still in the game. No. I've got the 1/1 chump for the 5/5. So we poke damage here. So I'm going to take 3 in the sky. They draw removal, we're dead too. I guess I could try to play around removal here and not attack with Goblin, but work on the speed. Salvation Engine's actually pretty good here too. Okay. Now we're on chump. I think Explosive Getaway also works. I think we can exile an opponent's card with Explosive Getaway. I'm not sure. If you can do that, then we would exile Walker to come back in as a 0/0. I'll read that in between games. Well, we found a chump. We did indeed. We got the comeback victory achievement. It's in a video that is not yet live. Oh, what does this even do? +1/+0? Yeah, that doesn't change it. All right, daubers. Yeah, I mean the 5 land keep was risky for sure. And it ended about how you expect most 5 land keeps to go. That was where we really could have changed things. Probably just take Mulligan there. I mean, neither of us really did like a massive amount of stuff. We just kind of got zeroed by a market back walker. So if I have more to deal with that, I would side it in, but I kind of don't. I spent a bunch of picks on these random off-color rares. So we didn't have time to find that stuff. We've got the Ride's End for it. We've got the Detention Chariot for it. Explosive Getaway works as well. Yeah. So we actually had like several good outs there instead of just Ride's End. Because this could exile it and then it comes back as a 0/0, so they don't draw any cards. This just exiles it. If they ever kill the Detention Chariot, it comes back as a 0/0, they get no cards. Ride's End just exiles it, period. Yeah, I think we have all of our best responses to that rare already in our deck, so we just run it back. Play first. This hand is super real. It's only 5 mana with a Quick Welder on board. I don't think I'm cycling this or discarding it to Celebrations. Maybe I should have discarded Mustang to Celebrations. I mean, now that I have Broadcast Rambler, obviously that would be good. Because now I know I have a 4-drop without Mustang. So we just work towards Getaway mana here. So definitely ditch Mustang now that we have double Rambler. No red source, a little sad. What max speed payoffs do I even really have in this deck? One Leonin Surveyor can draw a card from the grave, and one Sarcophagus gets +1/+2, one Bastronaut gets double strike. I have like 3 cards that really matter at max speed. I'd rather just try to hold them off. Then raise my speed here. I don't think any of our max speed payoffs are that strong. We're much more about the vehicles and artifacts. Dang. Still only 4 toughness, still dies to explosive getaway. I'm gonna give them the time to hopefully play another creature here. Into the board wipe. Oh, also I literally can't cast it right now anyway. Rides and Quick Welder. That is actually kind of rough. And Perilous Snare. Ooh. The removal suite is great. And it's got tramples. The blocking with the 1/1 does not do much. I think I'm under enough pressure. I kind of have to get away here just to kill the Surveyor, really. But I can get a Thopter out of the deal, too. Well, I guess untap my Thopter. Yeah, that's basically the same as not doing that. But I guess now the Thopter's untapped. And this helps buy time to hopefully have Chariot clear out the next problem. Okay, their max speed payoffs are actually very strong, so I think I have to chump. I mean, if I chump, they're just gonna have max speed next turn regardless, right? They cracked the Rocky Roads, which means they don't have anything in hand that can pilot a Sky Cycler. They would have just played that. So, like, if I take this damage, they go to max speed, they can Perilous Snare, put a counter on somebody, but then I could just, like, exile their 1 pilot and maybe keep the creature stranded here. I mean, I could also hit the Perilous Snare itself, I guess. But then we know they can keep crewing Sky Cycle for sure. Oh. I get another Thopter for doing that, so I actually get another chump block on Sky Cycle. You know what? Yeah. So there's also really always the chance that I hit the pilot token and then they just play any other creature off of their 2 draws for the turn. They draw 1 for turn and then 1 from their little surveyor guy. So they have 2 attempts to hit just any creature in the whole deck to crew this thing. It's crew 1. Okay, so they get the snare back, they get the Rambler again. Yep. This perilous snare has gone back and forth so many times. Okay. I take 4, go to 4. This is an awkward matchup for Explosive Getaway because they have so many good non-creature cards too. It looks like we were never getting anything more than the 1-for-1 off of it. Sarcophagus with max speed is cute. I gotta do some digging for something strong here. Rambler is another chump, which is a big deal. Okay. Put them to 10. 2 blockers up so I don't die to removal. Do I have other ways to discard a card and draw? I've already hit Celebrations, I already hit Grease Wrench. I have nothing else I can draw that makes me want to discard a card, so we'll play that for more mana to crack Country Roads and play a spell on the same turn. They spent their additional 7 rare drafts on removal spells, so they are favored. Ooh, snare for a counter on the pilot token attack here would be bad for me. That is not the play, though. I appreciate that. Ooh, it's activate only as a sorcery, and they didn't realize that. That's what happened there. The only way to not die to removal is just play Rambler here. Cool. Salvation Engine could still be insane, I think. I think we still have pretty good draws. Removal spells for Sky Cycle, too. But I am so low, I just have to hit Runner Runner. Coordinator is not that. All right, we are dead to removal, but pretty alive if they don't have removal this turn. I mean, they still get the 2-turn kill if we don't hit something the turn after that. I'm just trying to say the odds of us getting another turn, as long as it's not a removal spell, are high. All right, final turn, removal or bust. Nope. Astronaut on the ground. Let's do everything we can, at least. So I can do actually a little bit of stuff here. Saddle 4. Let's cruise for 3. This one cruise for 1. I guess I have to crew with both of those and then crew on the other one. Either way I do it. Yeah. Dang, like I hit them pretty well here too, but I just died of the flying. We just don't have enough removal in this deck because I spent all those picks on rares for the achievement. I think both of these games were like one removal spell from actually being in a solid spot. If I could just have blown up the sky cycle, like this is such a huge swing here. It feels like this one was definitely like one removal spell from winning. Last one, it was one removal spell from stable, and then we're in a top deck war, see who draws better. But this one, I think we genuinely would have won off of being able to blow up Sky Cycle. It's just too strong. Sure. They have a full, they have like 5 rides in their deck. That's where they all went. All right, loss in the first round, heading into round number 2. Let's see if I can at least draw my like salvation engine in one of these rounds and get to do the thing that we planned. Ooh, opponents on the play, and I have Ticket Tortoise. It gets to do the thing. Gotta wait till turn 3 for it, though. Blue-red from our opponent. Keen Buccaneer. Quite the roadblock. Here's Tortoise. Discard a card, draw a card. Or draw a card, discard a card, whichever way. Ditch was 6 drops, so they needed more mana. I'm just going to crash and burn that, probably. They have 2 mana up. I don't think there's anything in that color pair that counters this. Except Spell Pierce, which isn't really super main deckable. Salvation Engine would be pretty disgusting here. We have 3 artifact creatures on board to be buffing up. Any trades would be great because then we reanimate them off the cruise. Set Ride's End. Doesn't do much here. Okay. It exiles that without letting them 2-for-1 us with it. Because that thing brings itself back from the graveyard just by like discarding a land later in the game, so I'm happy to just exile it and not worry about it. Ether Siphon, oh boy. So they just hit max speed and mill us out very slowly. I have no way to stop them from getting max speed because they have the Thopter. They got Boom Mobile too. Oh my god, I got the thing. It's actually really good against Ether Siphon. Oops. Now I have something in grave. It doesn't have haste. They can only hit me in the sky because it is so chunky. This game just got real. Unless they draw like a sky crash or something. No, my explosive, get away. 2 non-artifact, non-land cards. It's pretty rough mills. What about the next 2? Lands or artifacts, please? Enchantment, creature. God dang it. Opponent is 4 for 4 on just milling spells. Oh. Their last card in hand is a burn spell or combat trick that can stack into a 6/6, killing a 6/10. It's a big spell. Oh no, they changed their mind. They're like, wait a second. 10? Yep. Chunker is chunky. This mana's all good for Bastronauts. I can make Bastronaut quite large, but not big enough to crew engine by itself. So I can do that to do this. Now we get 1 card back from it, even if they kill it, with the Boommobile block plus spell. And all they have is Trump. Mill 2. They did mill a land that time at least, but another spell, no artifacts. Mill 2, creature, artifact. Ooh, Detention Chariots? Goodbye, Ether Siphon? Well, no, they have enough power to multi-block Salvation Engine with a bunch of stuff and kill it if I don't Detention Engine a blocker here. I only have 14 cards left. Now they have Gunner and Cypher going. Or Gunner and Siphon going. Yeah, I think Salvation Engine's just gonna end up dying off this attack. I have hit the best of 3 achievement. I have to attack to get the value. I really need a Salvation Engine here. Can Salvation Engine hit an artifact? Yes. I can get rid of Siphon, but then Thunderhead Gunner's still just being absolutely disgusting. I think I have to hit Thunderhead Gunner here. So that I can actually like break through this board state if Salvation Engine dies. But outpacing an Ether Siphon is difficult. But now I got all my other stats to jam in with. That's good for me. Oh, unless they have Howler's Heavy? Gross. Okay, that is quite bad for me. I do still kill something, but now I get Siphon Milled even harder. Feel like we're getting siphoned here. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, they only need to cycle like one more card. Monument to Endurance as well. Seven cards left. They mill another 4 next turn. If they have 0 cycling cards left, I can win. But if there's a single cycling card in their hand or off the top, we lose. And it would be off the top 2. Oh, wait, I'm dumb. That thing's a crew 3. I should have done this the other way around. Tortoise on Chariot, 1/1 on. Rambler. Oh my god, I forgot they had a big enough boom mobile to blow up Chariot, so we really couldn't do anything here. Because I can't afford to attack with Chariot or I give them Gunner back to Siphon Mill me, which means I could attack with all this, and then Boom Mobile goes on that. They take 1, 2, 3. Take like 8 damage or something. Yeah. Our start was far too slow to outrace an Ether Siphon. And that moves on to game 2. We got 6 cards in deck. They draw, we mill 2. They draw off Siphon, we mill 2. They draw off of Shark, and we mill 2. Just staring at our 5 sideboarded rares for the achievement and just wishing they were just more removal. But that's what happens when you force the Chivo. If I could discard this sarcophagus, I'd be so happy. Because then I get to go coordinator into Captain a Mustang if I hit a land, but I'm so much more likely to hit a land if I just don't draw the Mustang. I could go sarcophagus plus goblin next turn. That's not bad either. And then I can goblin away. I don't want to discard Crash and Burn or Getaway, so then I would just be goblin awaying nothing because I'd already played the sarcophagus. Yeah, no, I'm gonna keep the Mustang for coordinator. Sky Streak Engineer. God dang it. Exact Seas trade. So we're chilling, I think. Buccaneer. Coordinator for Buccaneer is not bad. Especially working my way towards Explosive Getaway, but I am getting a 1/1 this turn, so. Try to get Mustang out of range of Explosive Getaway. Because it gets +1/+1 counters every turn. Then I could save 2 of my cards. Mustang would be too big. And Getaway gets to exile something that would die otherwise. Or I can just let them combat trick kill Mustang. Get them to spend more cards in hand to preserve their board, and then just end up blowing it all up anyway. They could have like the -3/-0 draw card. That wouldn't kill Mustang here. They have to removal spell Captain for 2. They need to have like Lightning Strike plus activate Buccaneer. Yeah. I think they'd make that attack if it wasn't quite bad for me to block. And there really isn't a great block for the Lightning Strike, like probably Mustang plus the token. Now, if they try to do something, I can crash and burn in response. If they don't try to do something, we can just get a sarcophagus out here, but I'm not sure I want to do that with Getaway, so I'll probably just hold the mana up for crash and burn during their turn. Cycle Howler's Heavy, sure. Just bounce off Buccaneer. Exhaust Buccaneer. Gonna try to double block kill, then I would have to crash and burn. Okay, if we bounce, then I'm fine. Pass. Traditional draft is like really, really top heavy prize out. So if you're like super, super high win rate, where you do get through these things with like 70% win rate over time, you do end up in the money. But it's easier to get in the money in premier drafts for sure with an average win rate. I mean, not average, you still have to be really high. Okay. Keep doing the Mustang thing till we hit land 5. Mustang's like such a random card, but such an MVP this game. Thunderhead Gunner, that survives getaway. That's annoying. Oh my god, I clicked that I wanted to saddle here. God dang it. Uh, doesn't really change the double block at least. Okay. We have a much bigger board than our opponents, so we are still just playing for the on-board kill rather than explosive getawaying. Auxiliary does race a bit in the sky. They have to saddle it to kill something, though. Yeah, so just hit 4. We're at 12. They can't do anything. Auxiliary is dead to Ride's End. I'm just not even going to go down the path that I was going to talk about there, because it's irrelevant now. Just like tallying up how fast they race us. Do that while they're tapped out. They are a blue deck. And we're a deck with really expensive vehicles and board wipes and stuff, so if they have spell pierces in the sideboard, they probably would have sided them in. Plus, if I wait till their turn, they could get a kill off of a saddle there. Sure. In the grand scheme of things, these creatures really do not matter. Reach-Wrench Goblin. Now Getaway just deletes them. Let's delete them. Okay, I thought that was the end step trigger. I'm like, why did my thing come back? That was just the speed up. Okay. Game 3. We just don't really have a sideboard in this matchup. We don't have a sideboard for most matchups, honestly, because we have all our multicolored rares everywhere just hanging out. The perks of achievement hunting. I gotta pick a common to try to get 5 copies of next draft for the next achievement. When was the last time I had to register a deck and paper for a tournament? MagicCon Vegas, 2024. So October, the end of October last year, for a Duskmorn PTQ sealed. That was last time. Well, the last time I registered a deck on paper was the day 2 top 8 draft of the PTQ. Well, not top 8, top 36 draft. But it was MagicCon Vegas Duskmorn. No red is not good, but roadside assistance on like a 2/4 chunker, make it a 3/5 lifelinking chunker, is pretty sick. So I'm gonna go for it here. It's also kind of sick on a Mustang. And quick welders play well together. The second one just costs 2. So I could go 3-drop welder, 4-drop Mustang, 5 turn 5 I go 2 mana welder, 3 mana assistance. Also, I'm gonna be greedy with this tortoise because the treasure token is really valuable with no red sources right now. And because they're on the play, we know that we can get a counter off tortoise if I wait for future turns. Okay. I can tortoise this turn or I can play a quick welder. I want to play a quick welder because then if I keep hitting lands, I have the curve out of welder into Mustang into assistance, but that requires 2 land draws in a row from here, which isn't the most likely ever. If I do play 1 quick welder now and don't draw land next turn, I can also just go tortoise plus welder next turn and get the treasure then if they hit their 4th land. And they do. No! The sky crash. Well, so much for that. I mean, I could technically still go welder and tortoise if I hit a land, but I can't get the treasure from tortoise at that point because I'd have to play the land pre-tortoise. Brightfield Mustang and Interface Ace have the lowest pick rate for common creatures. They are pretty bad generally, so that makes sense. Another quick welder. Stallout's fine as long as I still reduce the cost. Sick. They've got 5 lands out. I can still take a tortoise later, so I can just Mustang for now. I could outpace Oblivion plus ticket tortoise. It's also cute. Outpace Oblivion plus sarcophagus actually feels best. Just trying to put anything on this board that I could actually attack with feels like a big deal. So I have something to slap assistance onto. One for more removal is so fine. Land Thunderhead Gunner. Okay, that is sadly a bigger deal than the other creature, so now I wish I killed that, but hey. We'll have attacks into it with Mustang. Yeah, full speed ahead. Goodbye, treasure token. Send the gunner in, you got me. Down to 10. Howler's heavy. If their last card is Lightning Strike, I cry myself to sleep. Otherwise, roadside assistance on Mustang is great here. I guess I can play around Lightning Strike by just attacking with Mustang right now without the assistance on it. just as a 4/4. If they have Lightning Strike, they respond by Lightning Striking it when that ability goes on the stack, which they didn't, so now I can Assistance it and they'd have to top deck removal. Yeah. Actually, I mean, I could play this land to get another 1/1 off Country Roads, but I can also just hold it for Grease Wrench Goblin, which feels good too. Okay, Lorna, sure, I can still gain a bunch of life attacking into that. No removal, no removal, no removal. Ironclad is not removal, but it can trade into Mustang. But I still gain the 6. Okay. Discard 1, draw 2 then. Got a very real game of Magic on our hands here. Land, land. Discard Plains, draw a card here while I got the mana. I think so. Six Mustang would just trade into the 6/3 Ironclad, and then we'd be behind after that. So somebody's just gotta draw into something here, and Gunner lets them draw into stuff a little faster. There's Thopterus, naturally. Okay. Ride's End is good. They have to block with like a million creatures here to get through Ride's End. I guess I have to just Ride's End Ironclad pre-blocks. Now the only way that they kill Mustang is losing Thunderhead Gunner. And if they don't kill it, I gain a million throughout the course of this game. Okay. So now we get to put ourselves in a top deck war where they don't have a Thunderhead Gunner and we have a slightly better board. Even life totals. I mean, I guess the boards are even, actually. We don't have a better board. Yeah, the boards are even. Like, I've got another 1/1 here from Country Roads to count, but... Okay. Who's gonna draw into gas? Oh my god! Come on! I just put so much work into killing the first one. Why? Oh no. I could crack an outpace. We both take 2, I raise my speed. That way I'm just 1 speed away from hasting the board if I draw on anything big. There's the Ether Siphon, and I don't have a flying blocker for this 1/1. Now they're drawing 2 a turn, plus discarding a card and drawing a 3rd card off Gunner. Wow. Tension Chariot is a big deal. I don't have attacks, and even if I get rid of Gunner, so I have to just get the Siphon here. So now they just discard a card, draw a card every turn instead of fully draw a complete extra card. Wow. All right. Well, I mean, we got a top deck war, and their very first draw was Thunderhead Gunner after I killed the other one, which is like great. So now they're twice as likely to draw gas as me, and they immediately drew Siphon after that. So, super lost the top deck war. It just slowly die to a Siphon. Sloth is cute, but it doesn't do anything against the 0/8. Oh my god, dude. Their deck is really good. They're on like triple gunner, double Siphon. All right, this game's going to take another like 10 minutes to lose. I'm just going to move on to the next round. Yeah, I think that's like about as best as that round could have gone. We had to try to push as much damage as we could early. We got them in the spot where it was like even boards, who's going to draw better, and they just instantly hit the good stuff. But they had a lot of good stuff in their decks that made their odds pretty good in those board stally positions. Part of what makes the Boros stuff so bad in this format. It's really easy to get into board stalls where just the player with better card draw wins, and Boros doesn't have any, period. Man, I hope this achievement was worth it. We had to draft the 03 deck for it, I think. Now we're getting aggroed out, which is why I cycled the Chariot here. We're against Rakdos, which is the most aggressive archetype. It's even faster than Boros. Boros has a little bit more late game focus cards like Detention Chariot and stuff, but Rakdos is really just the speed in their early game deck. A lot of hasters, a lot of really efficient removal. Unblockable stuff with Apocalypse Runner. They can unblockable their double striking Paragon and then get in for 6 unblockable damage on a future turn because they give it unblockable, then buff it. Okay, I mean, if they don't have removal in hand, we still have a chance off of just a massive lifelinking Mustang. We got the plan. They do not have the removal, and they didn't start their engines till turn 5. So Necro Regent's actually pretty medium here. Game goes long enough, it'll super win, but it doesn't get to activate till at least 3 more turns. Ooh, crew the 6/5, sure, I'm getting so much life. I am fine with that. I always do that. Why do I forget the saddle? I click too fast. I think it's because they're like not non-creature spells. So when it's just like a creature sitting on the board, I'm like, oh, it's ready to go. But like with a vehicle, I can always just see the vehicle sitting there and be like, well, that's obviously not crewed yet. I wonder if you tally up Outlaws of Thunder Junction and Aether Drift, how many games I've lost due to forgetting to saddle. It's probably a lot. They'd be at 11, we'd be at 19. I have a 6/6, which is a significantly more impactful body. It would turn into a 7/7 this turn, which would let it have better trades into double blocks. One mana up? Thinking of the first strike trick here, I guess. That's only going to save them from one of these unfavorable combats. Sure. Oh, it's Road Rage. It's a weird specialist attack if Road Rage is the card in hand. Alright. Fair. I think the 2/4 blocker is better than the 3/1 here. So they are guaranteed to get max speed here, which is going to allow them to get those zombies chumping every turn. And they got the spin out for the Mustang. Shoot. So they get a 2/2 zombie every turn. They draw an extra card every turn. They gain at least 2 a turn off of Apocalypse Runner, but also 6 off of a turn in which they exhaust the Paragon. It's pretty bad. Yeah, we're at the point of basically never getting damaging again. And them slowly gaining all the way back up to 20 with a super wide board. They find a second Paragon so they can exhaust the first and still have another 6 damage unblockable swing later. Go to 14. Deathless Pilot. Okay, Rambler matters enough to cast. Tortoise, I think I'm holding for Grease Wrench Goblin. We have like one out, which is the board wipe. I think that's the only out at this point. There's just so much over there. But it does kill their entire board still. Not the Apocalypse Runner, since that's not a creature, but 4 damage to all those. Flicker my best card to keep it around. Almost forgot to use Coordinator here. Grim Boble. Alright, well, last opportunity to activate Grease Wrench. Find something. Mountain. Go for the unblockable 6 damage attack here. Oh, they're gonna go big. They can only exhaust one of these two. So they either exhaust to kill Quick Welder or exhaust hit me for 6. Sure. Could have put Rambler and Quick Welder there, and then they get to kill my 5/4, but Paragon's gone. It only gets the double strike for 1 turn, so I can just block it with a 5/4 Rambler later to kill it without losing the 5/4. Alright, that's good enough on that one. Run it back. We don't got much of a sideboard. Perks of rare drafting for achievements. Well, if I don't hit red, at least my suffering is ended quickly. The astronaut's still quite spooky turn 2. Our deck looks like a real deck so far this game. I do love to see that. Quick Welder into Salvation Engine is quite nasty. Particularly if we get some artifacts in our grave, so I might want to Rambler first, because that also gives big Salvation Engine buffs, or receives big Salvation Engine buffs. Apocalypse Runner's back. Crew 3, right? Yeah, so they have a 6/5 up on blocks, but they don't have a double block. So I can be at max speed. And then I get to drop Rambler, and then I get to Engine, and all these artifacts are massive. There's a boatload of mana up over there. I'm not a huge fan of that. Eh, whatever. 8-7 broadcast Rambler. Let's go. They do have the spin out for the engine, which makes them shoot themselves for 4, but Rambler's still big enough to attack into Apocalypse Runner, and they concede. Can we win one round? Let's count on our luck here, but not actually play the count on luck card. Heading into game number 3. Our opponent's going to be on the play here. The Rakdos Speed deck. I have early plays, I just have so much mana already. Now I got my top end. Deathless Pilot. Speed boost. We drew into the curve pretty much, which is great. No 2-drop, but I get to go Captain Mustang Chariot. Tortoise is cute too. Spike Spitter. I think this hand is not bad at playing towards Explosive Getaway either. So I'm going to start doing that. Which means treasure from Tortoise so I can Chariot. Chariot survives Getaway. And then I just exile Captain to save that as well. Get a 1-1 from Foul Roads is their best play. It's pretty awkward. I mean, I don't need to get away yet. Mustang can survive it after just a little bit of work. Trump. You can't survive it yet because I need to make sure it's a 5/5 even when Cloudspire Captain's not on the board. Auxiliary also dies to get away. That's pretty sick. So we're hoping for no block this turn, but I think even if they block, I kind of have to get away at this point. Then I just get away saving the Mustang instead of the Captain. Sick. It's going to be huge. Probably game. Oh my god, Mustang got out of reach of a siphon fuel before they drew it. That's so filthy. They're done on board here with no cards in hand, so we go for the lethal. Which is make Goblin big enough to crew Chariot, send 12. Okay. Boros, stupid rare draft deck, managed to get a win, and it got an extra achievement of some kind as well. So I will take it. At least we did not go 0-3 with the rare draft deck, but it is still painful over here in traditional draft. Just get 250 gems at one win. That is rough. But we do have another stipulation draft to do here. The other drafting achievement is 5. 5 of the same card in one draft. Yeah, I do need a 701, but that'll happen naturally at some point. Draft 5 or more copies of a card. Just check everything else. Yeah, this is all just play a bunch. This is all just play a bunch. We'll get Mythic limited this season too, sure. At least when Dragons of Tarkir comes out, we'll do that. Spend 5 Mastery Orbs. Well, I don't have the Mastery Pass, so that's not much right now. I accidentally clicked on the store, so I guess I'll see if there's gold in the daily deals. Nope. Yeah, I need 5 Mastery Orbs. I've got 1, 2, 3. Level 35, level 45. So once you're level 45, you get that achievement. It's pretty slow. Yeah, so I think that leaves the only other achievements then are all the color mastery ones, and none of the color mastery ones are draft specific. Those are the ones being like build a specific deck to get, like put 25 counters on permanents. Attack with a creature with 21 or greater power. Okay. So yeah, let's just get 5 copies of the same card. And let's go ahead and do that in quick draft this time around so that I don't lose 5 million gems if I end up drafting something really stupid. So we've got Afterburner Expert to start it off. That's a really easy pack 1, pick 1. Green's the strongest color in the format, and Exhaust is a very strong mechanic that you can build around with this card. But it's already a good mechanic in the first place. Stock Up is really good as a blue spell to dig for whatever you need. And green and blue are the 2 colors with the most exhaust cards to go with the Afterburner Expert. So I enjoy that. Or the Earth Rumbler just to stay mono green for now could also be pretty good in case the bots all cut us off of blue. So Earth Rumbler and Stock Up both look very good here, but I'm going to take the Stock Up. Try to force my way into green-blue, and it looks like it's going to go fine so far with Sky Serpent Seeker. For the Signpost Uncommon, a second Stock Up. If I can get the achievement by running 5 Stock Ups, I will be the literal happiest drafter. Okay. So here's a little bit of a turning point here. I think I'm going to draft a common over Slick Imitator so that we have a chance of getting 5 copies of a common. Question is, what would be the best card to have 5 copies of? So far, we're in a really good position. Like, all these are super powerful cards in green and blue. We're in a super good position to just play a streamlined 2-color deck, so I'm probably not splashing much where Veloheart Bite gets good. It's really Bounce Off for the efficient tempo play. I don't really think we could ever run 5 copies of Bounce Off. I guess we probably just end up cutting our 4th and 5th copy of whatever we take, but I think having like 3 Skystreak Engineers would be so fine in a blue-green exhaust deck. So if we take Engineers pretty highly, we can try to get 5 copies of that and end up running like 3 of them in the deck, and that'll actually be fine. Bounce Off, I think I'd only run like 2, even if I get the full 5 in the draft. Okay, so Skystreak Engineer is the hope right now. But if there's any pack where there's nothing good for the deck, we can also just start speculating on cards we think that we'll see pretty late and try to stack up 5 of those. Pick 7, here's a Thopterist, and that's another common we could try to pick up 5 of if we're lucky. Pick 8, that is a Bounce Off again, both a common and a card that would actually get played here. I wonder if 17 Lands has the data for how late on average you see commons in Quick Draft. I mean, I think it does, right? So we could go look through and see what is statistically the most passed common in Quick Draft by the bots. So AetherDrift Quick Draft, all users. Scene, not Peen. I was mixed between saying picked and seen. I apologize. Okay, average last seen at Light Wheel Enchantments, Interface Ace, Spell Pierce, Stall Out, Ancient Vendetta. Okay, Lorna. I need to focus on commons because even if you on average see something like Spell Pierce, like 9 cards deep, you're going to see less copies of it because it is uncommon. So we need to go commons, average last seen at. And that's Light Wheel Enchantments, Interface Ace, Stall Out, Burner Rocket, Wreck Remover, Walking Sarcophagus. So that's none of these. What's the highest on the list of these? Because I'm not going to play any of them. I don't really... Well... Special Interference actually is kind of good in blue-green exhaust because you can hold up your exhaust abilities, and when you don't end up spending the mana on those, you spend it on a counterspell. Okay, so this is not quite the pick where I need to go into this data, but knowing for sure which cards are passed the most by the bots is really good. Okay, nothing on the top 5 most passed cards is on this list, so we'll take a card actually good for the deck, like Hole Drifter. Silken Strength is fine. Go Hole Drifter. Okay, Interface Ace is on that list of cards that they pass super frequently. That is the second most passed card, the second latest card you're going to see. And I'm not going to play Lake Green Jaguar, so we'll take that and try to get 5 of that really late as our backup. Okay, what about Assailant, Ironclad Kickoff Celebrations? What's passed the most out of these? Assailant is... Okay, but we did see another Assailant earlier, so they are getting passed late. And there's a Glitch Ghost Surveyor I could play. Thopter Fabricator, super strong card. It's competing with Sky Serpent Seeker, which is really good synergy for this deck, but Thopter Fabricator is silly good. I mean, you have to draft around it. You have to run card draw spells and cycling cards, and we don't have any yet. I have 1 Hole Drifter for it. Stock Up doesn't technically trigger it. This is awkward, but I might actually be on Sky Serpent Seeker here. This card is so good, though. It hurts to pass it, but this is a guaranteed great spell. This will either be incredible or useless, and it's currently on useless, awkwardly. I think it's early enough we could still take it, but I'm going to take Sky Serpent Seeker on that one. We have Glitch Ghost Surveyor, Thoughtcast. Strictly trying to win, we should take probably Fang Druid Summoner here, hoping to get some vanilla creatures. But in the interest of getting our achievement, I could just draft Interface Ace really highly. And try to get 5 copies of that into the sideboard. I think I should still just be taking the best card this early. So Fang Druid Summoner, 3rd stock up. Could we do it? Could we 5 stock up? I need removal too, so Flood the Engine's high on the list when I have no hard removal right now, just a bounce and a counter. But stock up's really good and possible to try to get 5 copies. I like Vanguard at the 2-drop slot a lot. Strategist is good for the deck too, because it does have a big exhaust ability, but I love having like a good little 2-drop with a good mana sink ability like that. Pick 5. Ranger's Refueler is an MVP in this archetype, drawing you a card every time you exhaust. And just being really good by itself already. Buccaneer's great with cards like Ranger's Refueler and Afterburner Expert. Wonderful. Pick 7. Is there anything I already have a copy of yet? No. I don't have a single copy of any of these yet. Towards trying to get 5 copies of something. So I take the Howler's Heavy as a on-color common that probably gets cut. Another Hole Drifter would be a second copy of a card. It's the only thing to work towards 5 of. And potentially playable. Probably not, but potentially. Second Howler's Heavy. Towards 5 copies of something. Pick 10. Okay, second interface ace. I'm not going to run Glitch Ghost Surveyors, at least more than like 1 copy. And I think we're more likely to see more interface aces getting passed throughout the draft. It doesn't currently look like we're going to get 5 copies of 1 card right now, but we're trying. All this random nonsense. Random nonsense commons going late. We have 2 copies of so many different cards. Okay, pack 3. I can play Venom Sack Lagak. Or I can draft a 3rd Howler's Heavy towards getting 5 of 1 card. I have so many other cards I already have 2 copies of, though, and Venom Sack Lagak is solid for the deck. I'm going to take the Venom Sack Lagak. Spike Shell Harrier is such a good card for this deck, I can't justify passing it. Skystreak Engineer and Aether Siphon are pretty good, and none of these commons are the cards we're trying to get 5 copies of. I think I've got a really good late game plan already with just the sheer amount of card draw I have. Spooky Afterburner Expert stuff, so I don't think I need Aether Siphon as the late game win con. Although I've got a second chance here. None of these are the commons. Well, I could get a 3rd Hole Drifter. I expect to get 5, though, at this point. Probably not. I don't think we did it in this quick draft. Here's Omnivore to go with the Summoner, which is a big deal. Here's... Okay, I guess if that other Hole Drifter wheels, that's 4 of them now. Maybe? I'm taking that over Reef Roads for the achievement purposes. There's that Howler's Heavy. We saw another Howler's Heavy, so it's possible here. This I am genuinely like losing a little bit of value to go for the achievement, losing the Thopterist. But there was a Howler's Heavy that could wheel. So if we like get past one right here, that'd be 4, and then we wheel that and there's 5. Did not get there. Okay, 4 out of 5 Howler's Heavies. Please tell me there was another one somewhere. No. On 4 out of 5 Hole Drifters. No. So close. That's the worst, because that means we spent some picks specifically towards the achievement, so our deck's a little bit weaker than normal, and now it's a little weaker than normal for absolutely no reward in the end. We didn't even get the achievement. Shoot. That is quite a big bummer. This is a fine little deck here, though. There's like no removal. We didn't see any runovers or anything here. I took a stock up over Flood the Engine. The Flood the Engine would have ended up looking better because we got just so little removal in the end. And then outside of that, it's just like we could add slightly better creatures throughout the curve. If we took those over, you know, fourth, fifth copies, sorry, third and fourth copies of stuff, trying to get the full 5 in the draft. But it's close to about as good as it could have been. Again, just like a little weaker. There was no way we could have ended up with a ton of removal in this draft pod. We could have had like a couple bounce offs and a Flood the Engine as the maximum. So we're just gonna hope this does well enough. Drop that, boom. 40 card deck, let's get in there. Get some of our gems back to do it all over again. No creature here makes me want to just speed up. Get a 1/1 from Defend the Rider. They must have some Start Your Engines card here. They want to get to 2 speed here. Or do they have like sack a creature, destroy a card? Oh, that's not a good deal for our opponent. They had to spend Defend the Rider and Sideswipe on just our 2-drop. Feels favorable. I'm going to go wide so it's easier to speed up, but I could have seen the argument for Seeker plus draw a card there being quite reasonable. Oh, double Aether Siphon is going to be the absolute rudest. I mean, yeah. I'm going to get them both on the board, play another flyer. Pretty locked in for max speed next turn because we have 2 different flying creatures, even if they play Reach or blow up one of them. So next turn we just get max speed and then draw 2, mill them 8. Actually pretty ridiculous. All right, it's going to be brutal. Think we're pretty good over here. They have an 8-chick that could kill us pretty fast. If they have the card that spits out creatures equal to the number of cards in their graveyard, I think that's the one way we lose here. But otherwise, it should be really difficult for them to outrace the mill. They got the back on track to wipe our board. That is so bad, actually. Uh-oh. This is the worst matchup for mill. They are the Golgari deck where they could have reanimation spells. They're down to 15 cards. I can mill them another 8. If I can live one more turn, they still just lose anyway, and I think I can. Oh, definitely with a bounce off. 11. Yeah, we just activate again and bounce off here. I don't even play the Afterburner Expert. But I can play Refueler to set up more draw. Yeah, if I untap, they lose this game, and I should be able to untap. Because they have 6 power on the board after this bounce off that I'm going to use while they're tapped out of green, so they can't have the hexproof trick. Hey, how's it going, Zach? We're trying to get the achievements for different stipulation draft. So we got the achievement for rare drafting 9 or more rares in one draft and ended up with a horrible deck, went 1 and 2 in traditional draft. Now we're trying to get the achievement for drafting 5 copies of one card. We're doing that in quick draft We got 4 copies of Hole Drifter. We got 4 copies of the Shark that cycles, but we did not get 5 this draft. So now we're just playing it out to get as many gems back as possible. So we can try again. We did not get 5. All right, opponent gets milled out by double siphon. That was really gross to start it off. Technically, we could also be going for 7 wins without a loss. Get a full 7-0 run here. But that is unlikely, and that is something that we can get at any time, so I'm not so worried about getting the undefeated run achievement. But that one would be cool too. Get it out of the way. I already got the traditional draft one for winning game 2 and 3 in a best of 3 game. How do you get the titles? By completing achievements. Different achievements for different titles. So there's one that's like Dauntless Drafter or something. You have to complete the achievement for playing like 100 different limited events. There's a title for each different format, so playing like 250 games of a specific format will get you a title related to that format. So if you play a lot of Standard, you'll get a title called like Standard Bearer or something like that. If I had double blue, I'd be pretty happy to Seeker and bounce off here, but since I don't, I might just stock up. Take 3. I guess just getting the Seeker on the board towards exhausting it next turn is pretty good. If I get the double ramp, that's kind of huge. On future turns, having a bunch of mana to play around with. Greenbelt Guardian and Engine Rats. Okay, let's get all this mana set up. Put Engineer on the Engine Rat, put Seeker on the Guardian if they don't play a 4th land. They do play a 4th land, so Guardian's essentially a 5/5. I guess I still put Seeker on the Guardian either way, because Death Touch. I've got a super strong long game here if I can just survive, so I'm going to play towards that. Just take all these trades. Stop all this early damage, bounce off the Guardian after they put a bunch of mana into it. Play Buccaneer and hold up bounce off this turn. That'll be my 3/4 to block Surveyor soon enough. I do take 4 damage this turn, but I bounce Guardian. They're tapped out. They don't even recast it this turn, so that really slows them down. And now I have the 3/4 Buccaneer against Surveyor to stop that thing from damaging me. Get Siphon rolling, get my speed raising ASAP. Probably just exhausting Buccaneer here, but I'll draw off of Siphon to see if that changes the play. Oh, I forgot I have to discard a card for Buccaneer. That's dumb. Dumb of me. It's not dumb for the card to have to do that. But playing that land was dumb. That was just instinct. I was just like, oh, I haven't played land for turn. It didn't punish me. Let's go. Another engine rat. If they get to 6 mana, we're gonna have to get the siphon going fast. So I'm gonna need to get some flying chip damage to try to keep raising my speed. Otherwise, this rat just trades into Buccaneer. Probably just need to stock up here and find some better ways to get through. Okay, Thopterist, Hole Drifter, these are like the perfect kind of cards right now. Just more flyers. So take Thopterist and cast it. They're on 4 mana still. I don't mind Interference, and I'd have the mana up to do both, so I'm going to do that. And then if we don't end up countering anything with Interference, we just draw the Siphon card at their end step. This looks really good. Now Buccaneer can just double block Greenbelt Guardian with Thopterist at its side, and they only kill one of the two even with the 5/5 body. Cool. Counter Hazard of the Dunes. Good work from Spectral Interference. That would have been an absolute roadblock for us trying to get our speed up. Let's get the Summoning Sickness out of the way for Hole Drifter, so even if they play another Reacher, I can get something in there. Play Summoner or just draw one card? I mean, they still don't have good attacks, so I'm just going to draw one card here. Perfect. Hits a 3-drop. They have 26 cards left. It's going to take a little while to mill them, but... Let's see what they got here. Cool with me. Afterburner Expert comes back from the grave with so many different cards in this deck. Ah, so they were just really going for max speed for our victory. Let's hope their best bomb is not insanely mega bomby. But I suppose we'll find out soon enough. Max speed over here, and we get the mill going. Vanguard could draw an additional Siphon out of the deck, but this is also just a really good point to fully Fang Druid Summoner. Yeah, I think our victory is really good when you're a very consistent max speed deck. You want to have plenty of other stuff to start your engine so that you're often at max speed like when you play it. So I think it is really good in like Rakdos, and it can be pretty good in Orzhov. If you're blue-black or green-black, it really depends on what the rest of your deck is doing. But if you have a lot of like Pact Altair stuff that does the drain, it's quite good. Ooh, Stock Up's a great one. Buccaneer's pretty nasty right now. Trigger Siphon again. And reanimates our best friend from our grave. Refueler is super, super nasty. Draw a card and trigger Siphon again off of all of our exhaust cards. I probably don't even have to be going for the mill win at this point. We can just start jamming. Grim Javelineer. Double Siphon. All right, well, certainly the mill win then. Oh, this deck has been silly so far. GG from opponent, and there's the concession. They are over the absolute nonsense we have going on over here. I do believe we had enough card draw to fully mill them out there, right? So we trigger the Seeker, mill 4 off of that draw. That puts them to 11. This is mill another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not quite. We get them down to like 3 cards in deck. How do you keep uploading every day for so long? I play a lot of Magic. I just record every single draft I ever do, basically. 90% of them. We are 2-0 here. We have a chance of getting the 7-0 undefeated achievement here. I've got a high wind warning from the National Weather Service. Uh-oh. So I gotta go do some errands right after this. I get sucked up in a tornado going to get groceries. What do you mean high wind warning? This deck's playing a lot better than I thought it was. It looked like a pretty, just like a solid basic green-blue deck, but it's been running really hot so far. We'll see if it can keep it up. "45-mile-per-hour wind with gusts of up to 70. I don't even know what that means. I'll just find out when I go outside and get flopped right onto my butt. They're a red deck. They could have the 2-mana 2/1 haste. They could draw into that, so I'd rather just have this untapped than saddle a Gak for no reason here. How long have I been playing? Today or ever? I've been playing since 2009. I'm an old man. By Arena Zoomer standards, I'm an old man. But Magic's a very old game, so there are plenty of players that are way longer players than me. They've been playing since the 90s. I don't mind ditching Expert here, because I think just consistently hitting land drops is going to be valuable, and that thing's just going to come back for free off of crewing, not crewing Refueler, but activating it. I could have crewed Refueler for 1 more damage, but that puts it at risk of Ride's End if they're Boros, and they are Boros, so I like leaving it untapped here, because Refueler's just such an important card that even just a tiny bit safer play for it feels good to me. I don't have any like perfect line here. I think I'm just jamming damage. They're at 13 and they're stuck on mana. I think I'm jamming damage. This is like the most power I can put on the board this turn. This feels more than worth it. What is holding for me? Oh, the saddle ability still, the crew ability. This still has a crew ability even when it's permanently a creature. That's funny. There's Interface Ace. 70 miles per hour is enough to knock down some trees, minor damage to chimneys, roofing, possibly. Ooh, okay, so I should actually be careful on my errands. Thank you for the information. Because, yeah, I had no idea how to contextualize that. I'm like, I don't know how bad that is numerically. Push damage here. They have to block Expert. We deal 2. Play as much power as we can onto this board. Which is probably Summoner, right? That's the 2 power and a 3 power. Alright, they're over it. 3-0. 3-0. If we can win 4 more games in a row, we might actually still get an achievement with this deck, even though we didn't get the rare draft 5 of the same card. Or not rare draft, but you know what I mean. Just draft 5 of the same card, period. You're 42, started an alpha, quit for years, and then your friend got you back in. That's an OG player right there. Started in alpha. I don't know if I know anybody who started in alpha, but I know a lot of players that started in like unlimited, revised, like really, really early. That's cool, Zach. I've been playing them longer than you've been alive. Oh no. Oh my god. I'm so old. Where do I do work? Am I a full-time content creator? I am a part-time content creator. I just do retail work. I am average Joe off of YouTube. Started playing in 1992. That's cool. That's cool. That's like literally when it came out. That's also alpha, isn't it? Or am I getting the years wrong? I think 92 was alpha. I think omnivore, then refueler, then exhaust on 4. Appreciate the kind words, Yardy. I'm happy with where I'm at. Like I just get to record the drafts I was gonna do anyway and put them on YouTube and share them with a bunch of people. It's like so much bigger than I ever thought, so I am cool where I'm at, but more views is cool too. Whatever happens, happens, you know. Original Birds of Paradise was standard legal when you were playing? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Savannah Lions, Lightning Bolts. So a lot of cards were like, even if you didn't start in alpha, they're just so iconic. Like I started in '09, but alpha, beta, unlimited, all that stuff is so iconic anyway. Grizzly Bears, even the cards that aren't actually, particularly great. Whatever, dude, it's Grizzly Bears. That's cool. It's a huge thing in your middle school. That's pretty sweet. Oh, they had the removal on Refueler before I even draw one off it. Dang. Okay. Just gonna play Ether Siphon to start speeding up next turn. Next turn's probably Ether Siphon plus activate it. So we just play Engineer now. I'm not gonna need the stock up cards till later. And I don't need double Siphon on the board until I'm at max speed. So it's probably like Siphon activate, and then it's gonna be stock up activate Siphon turn 6. Yeah, speaking of Grizzly Bear. Pointless card, useless card. Move over, old man. Gibrick Omnivore is here now. Green. Hello, Fang Druid Summoner. You don't do anything until Omnivore dies, so... Oh, I forgot to play pre-combat. I missed out on a speed because I'm dumb. I always do that. Yeah, technically I have been on this channel since I've been playing Magic, so... This channel's 15 years old. But I only started doing daily videos in 2020 when you couldn't really do anything else anyway. And then I just kind of didn't stop too much. I guess 2021 actually, I think is when I started daily. But 2020 is when I started doing a lot of arena videos. Not quite daily. Hmm. Got a lot of options now. They don't have a particularly good block for engineers, so I mean, I send that in at least. I don't think I Harrier the token, do I? I guess it's not bad. but I think I'd rather just like draw a card and play another flyer. Like when their best play is already just chump block. Cool. I guess stock up's better than the siphon draw. Thanks for stopping by, Yardy. Have a good day. Party never stops. Stock up in a land. So I can stock up into stock up into stock up. Just watching your videos, you honestly thought I was 25, 27, so that blows your mind a little bit. I am 28. You were very close. I started playing when I was like 13. So my first YouTube video was recorded when I was like 13. Your Refueler has some potentially gross combos. It's not too spooky by itself. But if they get the Scurryfoot thing, they get a little elephant every single turn. And that is concerning. I think we probably have to drop Spike Shell Harrier at this point. It slows down the Refueler, and then I have a 4/4 blocker for their 5/4. And I can preserve my life total a little better that way. I can actually go Summoner plus Omnivore. That's also pretty great blocks. Keeps the flyer off me, slightly more mana efficient. I think either's pretty good. I'll go Summoner Gibberick. Cool. And these can also double block Rambler, the same as I would just single block it. They'd only kill one of the two. It's actually arguably better. If they don't have a trick, it is better, but if they do have a trick, it's worse. Remember when a 4/4 Trampler was a huge creature? Yeah. Not so much in standard anymore. There's some draft formats. 4/4 Trampler's not bad, but it's definitely not the top end of the spectrum, for sure. The 4-mana 4/4 Reach Trampler. That card's pretty big in this format. Played as a kid during 10th edition. Never consistently played till this past year. Cool. Yeah, it's pretty sick, Owen. Pretty similar starting time for me. I started in Alara Reborn. So like the year after 10th edition, I believe. But I kept playing, so all the sets in the in between, I remember. Sengir Vampire used to be powerful. Yeah, I don't even think Sengir Vampire would be or Vampire would be good in draft nowadays. Sarah Angel's still good though. Sarah Angel's not a bad card in Foundation. It's not a super high pick, but it's cool to see cards like Sarah Angel and Llanowar Elves still being like very viable. At least in draft, not so much constructed for sure. You thought your 6-mana 6/1 Kamal Pitfire was the most broken card ever? Yeah. I definitely had pet cards like that. I'm like, this card's so broken. How do they ever beat this? Okay, max speed and then start milling. Oh god, Visordrix is so bad. That's probably one of the biggest changes color pie wise in Magic. Blue, very specifically, the creatures like had to be awful in the past. Like that was a color pie thing they would never break. But now it's like every color gets their own flavor of good creatures, even at high mana costs. Like you got big krakens and whales and stuff that don't have tons of downsides anymore, like they used to. Where it's like, yeah, Visordrix, 7 mana, 6/6 or whatever. That's all you get. That's the best you get in blue. Congratulations. Or like Denizen of the Deep or something, like 8 mana, 12/12, but you bounce your entire board. Now it's just like, hey, if you hit 8 mana, you get Slinvoda and you bounce the opponent's entire board. Have they exhausted this turn? I don't know, I'll just block the 5/4. Okay, good thing I blocked where I did. 25 cards left. Oh yeah, Eddie Merc Crab. Flash it in, tap the whole board. Okay. The mill plan is active. They mill 4 per card now, but I have to survive, which will be a little difficult right now. Honestly, a little bit difficult. Can mill them 12 a turn though, so I only need to live 2 more turns after this. Because 4 for my draw step and then 4 off of each activation. Think I hold up the interference and activate a siphon if I don't. But I need to play a lot of power soon. Or just a lot of chumpers soon. This is going to be a close one. Just do everything in my power to live 2 more turns and we get there. Have a good day, Zach. Thanks for stopping by. It's a 5/5 there. That's 5 there as well. Sort of feels like chump chump. It's gonna be sketchy. Give me flying blockers right now, please. Nope. I can do a chump with a hole drifter and get mill this turn at the same time, I suppose. Yep, we milled them enough that if I live through this combat, they lose. And I have the flying chump blocker for the strategist take 6. That's the plan. We die to removal. It has to be instant speed removal. or removal that can kill an uncrewed vehicle. If it's sorcery speed removal um, that can't target vehicles, we respond by crewing. Why? Hello, arena? Oh, it's crew 3. No, I'm done. Well, we were dead no matter what then. Shoot. God dang it. Yeah, because the only creature I could play was the Vanguard, and it wasn't big enough to crew. So if I didn't play Hull Drifter and still played the Vanguard as a blocker, they just trade the Helm Vanguard regardless, whether or not the Hull Drifter's on board. No. Ah. All right, yeah. We're like a turn off from the mill out there. Well, no 7-0 run, so no achievement on this one. That's a bummer. That's a bummer, but we're still in a really good position to get a great run here and some great prize out. We'll just have to get your normal 6-3 or 7-2 or whatever. Dang. All right, we need to not be against Rakdos. Or Selesnya. Selesnya can get pretty aggressive as well. This has no blockers early, relying a lot on stock up. So hoping for a longer matchup. Green is fine. Most green decks are a little slower. Okay, now I have a 3-drop creature. Just get a 1-1 with Defend the Rider, so they're starting their engines turn 2. Nope, they just like curving out, I guess. Sure. Afterburner Expert. We take any trade in the universe with this card because we have a lot of exhaust in our deck. And if we can grind out, make this game last a long time, the Ether Siphon can win. Okay. Well, whichever card I play now, I double spell next turn. If I keep Omnivore in hand, so we just play a 3-drop here. Play the Siphon. Oh, that's cool, Tim. Yeah, that's super cool. You definitely hear about people just like listening to videos throughout their workday, but listening while truck driving is particularly cool. There's the Death Toucher to deal with Refueler. Also multiple exhausters to get our 4-2 thing back. Just take a few on board. I think I still have to play the Omnivore to trade off. Diversion unit. They have enough mana untapped to sack that thing. I need to be conservative about my instants and sorceries, which they currently do. Because the bike can tap for it. So I can play Buccaneer and crack Buccaneer and reanimate a 4-2 onto this board. That feels pretty powerful. I can't quite exhaust the Sky Serpent Seeker instead. How's it going, Refill? Mm, we're trying to kill Refueler if we can. Probably spatial interference at this point. Six toughness against 5 power max. 6 power against 6 toughness max. You know, actually, Afterburner Expert going in Grave is not bad. I mean, they're going to kill Buccaneer either way that I block, but I think I'd rather have an Afterburner Expert die if they have some kind of combat trick that kills both than have Omnivore die. Oh, that's pretty sick, Tim. That was a good time. Back during the very early beta. Arena looked so different and everything, too. Cards looked like extra blocky. Oh, man. What do I do here? I really like the reach body, but like if Omnivore's not in Grave, I don't get any ETB value. I guess we see if we can get Omnivore to trade into a Tortoise. It's not exactly doing anything on blocks here anyway. Nor is the Afterburner Expert. We just don't care about their attacks on the ground right now. Okay, awesome. Really happy with an Omnivore trade so that I can play the Summoner to have the Reach blocker up and not feel bad about missing on its value. Slam a Death Toucher in front of the 5/5. If they exhaust, and if they don't exhaust, they already don't have attacks, and they did not exhaust. None of their blocks are good for Afterburner Expert because I can keep bringing it back from Grave, so we keep sending that in as our way to try to raise our speed. Nice, 1 speed away from our mill plan here. Get nice and wide, super safe. Hello, Matt. Badass. Nice arena name, Tim. Try to keep that in mind. All right. Strategist gets really big. Goodbye, Sky Serpent Seeker. Oh, do not have 1-mana removal for Seeker, please. Don't do it. Oof, they had 1-mana removal for Seeker, so I'm gonna need to be chumping Strategist over time. Not just yet, though. I can set up a double block with Hole Drifter and Summoner. Oh, Harrier's a real draw. That slows down the Strategist a lot. That feels like the play. If I attack with 3 creatures, there's no way that we don't hit max speed. And they have nothing to attack me with on the ground, basically, so I'm just sending in the ground creatures. And the mill engine has launched. They have 24 cards to get through. We honestly might just combat damage them out before that. Their only threat left in hand is strategist. Okay, probably not. They have a 5/5 flyer and a 3/5 flyer and a 4/2 bike to crew up on blocks. They could crew it on attacks too. Trades into Harrier here. That's kind of nasty. Oh my god, we just get it every time. That's mill 12 a turn. Alright, I'm gonna have you mill another 8 here, opponent. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. And if we survive this turn, they're dead. Because we can draw 1, they mill 4, activate both siphons. That's another 4 twice. So 4 times 3, 12 cards. Starting column digs if they hit max speed. I did not realize they're not at max speed right now. Hey, thanks, Dusty. Thank you for the kind words. Glad you enjoy the videos. I mean, if we just block everybody, we just can't lose, because they don't get to draw the cards off of the column. So they can't draw into some kind of out here. We just untap, mill them 12. And we're on the next round. Sure. Double siphon is gross. Actually, at FNM last week, it was particularly disgusting because I had a deck with 2 siphons, and there's this 1/3 you can sacrifice to copy a spell that's on the stack. You can copy any spell, including permanents. So the 2-mana 1/3 was really good because you like play it, get your engine started, you work your way to max speed, and then you cast the siphon when you're already at max speed and sack it to make 2 siphons. That card's fun with it. Numat's great. Numat's great. I haven't watched a lot of Gion of Hump, just because I've watched less Magic recently, since making a bunch of Magic videos. Most of my time spent engaging with Magic has to be spent playing it and making videos of it. But back when I did not draft as much, I didn't stream as much, I watched tons of Numat when I had more time to watch other streamers. But I still check in on them all. This was kind of a risky keep, but I'm feeling it. I'm 4-1 right now. I'm feeling lucky. We'll find an island. Don't bobble me. They didn't bobble me. Don't overdrive me. Well, they didn't overdrive me, but that's still not super good. Uh-oh. I done messed it up. There's the island, and 1 Nimble Thopterus blocks everything on this board. Buccaneer already holds Sarcophagus off. We're still in this. If we get land 4 next turn, we're super in it. Even through a lightning strike. Still in it. Let's see what they got left over there. removal for one of these two at least, based on them waiting when they saw the ETB trigger. Crash and burn the Thopters. They still got the 1/1 to kill another one of the cards. They have one last card in hand, and it's Momentum Breaker for the last card. They are out of cards, but they have a 3/3 and a 3/1 on board, and I'm at 5. Okay, so we just play 2 blockers that are big enough to kill their whole board. 1/3 on the 3/1, Death Toucher on the 3/3. And we just go trade if they attack. It's not a lovely deal, but I gotta preserve life total. I have the cards in hand to get ahead and win from this point. Land off the top. You love to see it. Here's 2 blockers off 1 spell. Thank you, Fang Druid Summoner. Very cool. Their board's small enough I could just hold up Interference instead. Right now? Yeah, I'm actually holding up Interference here. Okay, if I top deck a blue source, we can hold Drifter into Interference. Top deck any land, I can do this on Omnivore. And they're getting enough mana now, especially with Catalyzer. I don't think Interference actually works. Yeah, no, holding up Interference was probably wrong last turn. I forgot Catalyzer also taps for mana, so... I mean... What, I could counter like an 8-drop? That's about it. They have well over enough to pay for it. Another Sky Serpent Seeker's cute. Don't mind it and hold up the bounce off. Have a bunch of mana to use on Engineer. Cool. If they attack, I go block with these 2, and I have a bounce off if something goes wrong. Oh, this is crew 3. I just forget that's crew 3. It's kind of a big deal. That makes it kind of significantly worse than crew 2. Yeah, I guess I'm just poking for 1 then. It's a lot of Catalyzers over there. I wonder if they got the achievement for 5 of the same card that we were trying to get. 5 Catalyzers. Start our speed now. Got the bounce off. There's an Expert. Harrier. Good cards. Alright, if I just sit behind a million creatures, work my way up to Siphon max speed, we can't really lose. Drawing an extra card every turn already, and we'll start milling them soon. I should be holding up bounce off as often as possible in case of craziness like Speed Demon that I obviously can't Interference because they have 9 mana up after casting Speed Demon. Yeah. This is a problem. They're out card drawing us by a lot now, but they take a lot of damage from Speed Demon if they recast it and keep using it. So I actually have to start thinking about racing, actually going for damage here. I could exhaust Afterburner Expert and still have bounce off up. In terms of getting damage in here. And again, Spectral Interference doesn't do anything. Unless I try to, like, have them cast the demon, then bounce it off, then recast the demon, then we might be able to. No, even then we couldn't, right? They spend 5, I bounce it off. They would spend 5 and have 6 additional up. I mean, they need a 4th black source, but they have 4 extra cards, 5 extra cards we don't know about. Pretty easy for them to just play Swamp for turn and then bounce off Spectral Interference doesn't do anything. And they did just play Swamp for turn. Alright. I mean, if they recast Speed Demon, they just die. We just hold bounce off to make sure that we don't die. And then probably kill them on the crackback. That's max speed, which means that is hasting, which is concerning. It also, like, damages us to put us at 4, like, damages us for the speed, but also the 1 point of damage is important too. Engine Rats? Oh my god, do they have 12 mana here? Spectral Interference would have mattered because they have like 12? Hold up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12 off of also activating that catalyzer? That's wild. Alright. That's pretty sick. God dang it. If I try to bounce off this catalyzer, they respond by just activating it. There's no point I get to bounce off, because once this hits the board, I could respond by bounce offing, but they'll already have the mana up. Catalyzer's like, it's a mana ability, so I can't bounce off before they get the catalyzer mana or anything like that. That's so sick. Yeah. I bounce off targeting Engine Rat, they just activate it again. There's no opportunity to respond to Catalyzer's ability, because it just, boop, doesn't even go on the stack because it's a mana ability. Man. That's actually insane that they had like 16 mana over there, and Spectral Interference would have mattered. I think it was reasonable not to hold up Interference because, again, they had so much mana. I was like, how could that ever possibly matter? But I forgot they have potentially a good mana sink, and then that could be useful to just stop 4 of the damage. Or 4 of the mana from being used on damage. That was brutal. The Exactsies too, they needed the ping. They needed the ping to be at max speed, and they needed the ping to have us low enough to kill us with 2 Engine Rat pings. Crazy. Alright, we are 4-2. No matter what, very solid record here, but we're hoping to get some more wins. You're not on the money in Quick Draft till 6 wins. Green-blue mirror match. We are missing land drops, which is super bad. Kept this hand because just 1 land gets us to stock up, which then gets the next 2 lands if we're worried. So all it really needs to do is draw 1 land, and there is that 1 land. I have 2 really good 4-mana exhaust abilities here. I'm 100% grabbing a land there. I forgot we have double Seeker. That's pretty disgusting. Sure. Next turn is just land, exhaust Seeker, get 2 more mana, and then just try to find good ways to spend all this mana as quickly as possible. Because I get to start ramping like crazy from this point. I do think I'm in the market for slowing them down, though. To where, like, once the Seeker has been exhausted, just feel free to trade it off immediately. Gross. I don't think I interference that. I think the mana, get 2 lands plus draw a card is more than worth it here. When it's like summoning sick this turn anyway. I could also Harrier and then interference it. This is a way better game for interference. I guess technically not. Interference would have stopped Engine Rat shenanigans last time, but This feels like a better game for interference. Yeah, the Seeker mana is so sick here. I love just sitting here on 7 mana now. Maybe even more next turn. Sure, this thing's already exhausted. Stop them from raising their speed. Did I hit Mythic yet for limited in March? No. No, I'm gold. I think these are the first drafts. These are the first ranked drafts I've played at all this season. Because yesterday was just the Reno Open Day 2, which is unranked. I could play this and Vanguard and exhaust this. Sure. Continue having a million bajillion mana. Sabotage Strategist. Reducing our power coming in, which does matter a lot with like a 1 power Death Toucher, but it's going to be 2 power soon enough, and I think I should trade it off. Well, no, I'm not going to have any other way to block this when it turns into a 5/5. We'll just take 2. Go to 12. Strategist has been like a thorn in our side this whole draft. It's showing up a lot today. Thopterist. It's pretty cool. I could exhaust Refueler and block, but I have so many exhaust cards in this deck, I want to play around our opponent just having the like +1/+2 trick or +4/+4 trample trick or anything. Or even like run over that only shoots a creature. If they have the trick and they want to kill a 4/4 with it, that's pretty fine. Oh, I forgot. I forgot about Strategist's ability. So these just bounce off each other. I'm not really going to be able to do the mill siphon here. We're not really going to have a way to get some speed raising hits in. Hole Drifter. Hmm. Show me the trick. They are not going to cast it here. Just play another Buccaneer. No shot they made that attack without a trick in hand. I mean, I guess possible, but it feels unlikely. Well, they don't have the mana to exhaust anybody here, so they don't even have a 3/4 blocker up at this point to bounce off Harrier, so Harrier actually gets in. Am I drafting more after this? Probably not. I got some errands I gotta get done. I was thinking about it, but Aether Drift is a pretty slow format. This has gone a little longer than I was hoping. So, just a short little 5.5 hour stream today, probably by the end of this draft. Unless I lose this game. I guess if I lose this game, I'll draft again. That'd be quick enough. But I feel like this draft's going to go on at least another 10, 20 minutes, hopefully. We hit that 5 hour mark. Already burned out and waiting for the dragon set. Yeah. I think I burn out more than most people. Out of the people that are crazy drafters like me that will still draft the format a whole ton, I think I get bored faster than most of the others. Like, I still do it, I'm just kind of bored and going through the motions while doing it. And thanks, Rifa. Yeah, Isaacs. It's time for the annual Gauntlet X stream. Let's go. Our opponent completely timed out, so I think this is free damage. Yeah. I guess I should have swung the whole team in if I was that confident that they completely timed out there, but whatever. They probably left, and we just win next turn regardless. Oh, Omnivore's on board. It's kind of jank then. All right, let's just pass back to them and see if the timeout happens. Yeah, we're live over on YouTube as well this time. Or LSAAX. I feel like I get that wrong every time. It looks like Isaacs to me. Just say programmer. How's it going, programmer? But we're trying out the simul stream. This is the first stream of 2025. First stream in like a year. First stream on YouTube. It's a lot of firsts today. Yeah, I agree, Tim. I think that's what it is. That's what the problem is. No matter how good a set is, like the first couple weeks it comes out, I've drafted like 30 times, and I'm like, all right, I'm ready for the next one. All right, yeah, they just completely timed out. So we are 5-2. We'd definitely be in the money on Premier Draft, but we got to get one more win to be super in the money in Quick Draft. We're down 100 gems. Although, one thing worth noting, I did craft every single rare and mythic in this format, so every rare that we have is 20 gems. So if we have 5 rares, we're already in the money. So let's see. 1. I have 1 rare this time. Oh. Okay, I'm down 60 gems right now because I'm down 80 gems, but once I open that pack, that's 20 gems back. So I'm down 60 gems. And if that's a double rare pack, I'm only down 40 gems. Yeah, I'm doing well, programmer. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you are doing well as well. Am I gonna go live again, or is it a once in a year deal? I'm gonna be fully honest with y'all. I have no idea. I hope to and plan to go live more often, but I have said that statement probably every single stream that I've done, the last like 10 times I've streamed. And those last 10 streams have been like once every 6 months or something. So you never really know. But I plan on it. Oh, wow. Let's go Omnivore for damage and then just go into the ramp zone here. Seeker on 3, activated on 4, then play and activate a Seeker next turn. Today's your birthday? Happy birthday, Dusty. Shoot. I hope you're having a great birthday. I hope you get all of the incredible gifts that you want for yourself or from your family or anybody. Hope you get all the goodies. All right. I like mana. Even doing it at sorcery speed, I don't care. Oh, get bobbled, nerd. Sorry, sneaky sneak. Camera launcher? This is like 9 mana on like turn 5 or something. Pretty awesome. Let's stock up and see if we can find something particularly scary. Siphoner and Expert are spooky. Sure. Overdrive's fine. I have 1,000,000 mana and an exhaust creature, so I can just get that thing right back. Probably bounce off the token here to speed up. Oh, if they don't make the token, then I don't need to do that. Sadly, don't have the mana to exhaust Engineer and play Hole Drifter. I may have a lot of mana, but I don't have infinite. How do you feel about the rotation schedule for Limited and Cube on Arena? I think it's a pretty good schedule. Like, I draft so much so fast that I really don't mind the pace that it goes at. I know a lot of people want it to go slower. And I personally would slightly want it to go a tiny bit faster. But I think it's beneficial to not speed it up anymore, because for players that are not as invested as me, I think speeding it up anymore would be overkill. I wish that okay, here's something that they could do that I think would just be good for everybody. I wish that there was basically always at least one flashback draft going on. I get really antsy and annoyed and sad whenever I boot open Arena and it's like, what can I draft today? And it's like AetherDrift Traditional Draft, AetherDrift Premier Draft, AetherDrift Quick Draft. There is literally no other option right now but AetherDrift. So usually at least like the Quick Draft format is different. I wish they would do it in a way that there's always at least 2 formats going on at once so that you can choose for variety's sake. But I think the speed at which we get new sets, the speed at which they bring back Cube, all that stuff is fine how it is. I'm going to keep this because any land is great. Uh-oh. Give me any land, give me any land, give me any land. Give me any land, quick, they got a 4/1, quick! No! What is Arena even holding for there? It's just helping me pretend I have a spell. Yeah, I guess it's just helping me pretend I have a spell. That's kind of it. True, if it went any faster, we would all go broke. Well, I mean, if you're a very high win rate player and you jam a lot of arena opens, then you wouldn't. Like, I wouldn't go broke if it went faster. Because I've made more money off of arena opens than I've spent on arena. Still. And that's completely ignoring YouTube ad revenue. That helps a little bit too. Like to see the Artifact Cube come back? Yeah, Artifact Remix Drafts coming back would be pretty sick. All right. Well, that was kind of a tragic ending to the deck. I don't know. I think that was a reasonable keep, right? We had only these blue spells in our hand and 2 islands. One island is Buccaneers. Most importantly is stock up. One land of any kind gets us to stock up, which then gives us, another land and then something to do with it. I don't know. 2 islands, bunch of 3 mana blue spells. I think it was keepable. It didn't work out though. So 5 and 2, I believe it is, which is not quite. Oh wait, no, we got a 6th win. We're just too busy talking about other stuff that I forgot. So we are in the money. Nice. All right. I'm sad I didn't get the stipulation draft like a 5th copy of anything and actually get the achievement on that one, but being in the money is nice to make up for that. So I just get all those gems back and I get to use them to try again another time. I wonder if anybody's played 5,000 games yet. It's probably possible. What achievement are we hunting? We got a few today. So I played a little bit of Historic and we got Complete Victory. Actually, in Standard, we got Complete Victory for poisoning somebody out with 10 poison. We got Taste of Power in Historic for casting a Power 9. We got Going Ultimate for ultimating Vraska to poison somebody out. And we got Rare Drafter in the draft right before this one for drafting 9 or more rares in one draft. And this draft, I was trying to draft 5 or more copies of one card in quick draft, but we got 4 copies of like 3 different cards and never saw a 5th. So that's most of what we achievement hunted today, but I think that's going to do it for the stream for me for today. That is a 5-hour stream there. I think that's pretty nice and solid. Hopefully I will get more into streaming more often and I will find the time to boot this thing up. I think there's a nice little a nice idea for future streams is that there's so many achievements on Arena. There's a lot of stuff we can work on for future streams in between all of the draft formats we'll be playing on the channel. So hopefully if I have the free time, here's my promise. If I end up having free time to stream, I will stream because there will always be something I can figure out to do that will be fun enough to do a stream this time around. The big consideration is just whether or not I have the stream time after all the daily YouTube videos, of course. But I had a little time now because we had the Arena open last weekend, so I recorded a bunch of videos there. So those are the videos coming out most of this week. So this is when I would normally be recording another recording session, but the videos are already recorded, so I will stream. And that's the plan for the future. So special occasions, whenever some other event has freed up the time that I would set aside to record, I will stream. I don't know how YouTube streaming works. I don't know if you can raid anybody or how to do that. So I will look it up, hopefully by the next time I stream and figure it out. But I guess we're not going to raid anybody today because I don't know how to do that, at least if there is raiding on YouTube. But thank you everybody for hanging out on the stream. Thank you so much. It was a good time. I'm glad to have everybody here. Made it very interesting, very fun time. There was a lot to talk about here, even just playing some more AetherDrift that's been around for a while. So y'all made it a fun day, and I appreciate you And big shout out to Lollipop as well for the Prime sub and the Prime gifts. Uh, yeah, that's all there is to it. I haven't streamed in so long. I don't know how to end the streams. Just one last thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Thank you all for watching. And I will see you again soon for some more Magic Arena.